Is the diddler done for? Also, Brittany Renner claims she's so broke she can't afford to take care of her child. All that and more on episode number 86 of Up to Speed with Trip Simpson.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audience.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Art. A to the RT. So many niggas want beef, go to Arby's. Not too many rappers in this game that can stop me feeling cocky. Cause my flow hella stocky. Yeah, and I does this shit. Flow sick, something like when your two cousins kiss. Ill. And y'all niggas know who run this shit. They out of breath. Tell the coach I need 100 bricks. Let me cook them in the oven quick. Take them out when these percussions kick. Yeah, and it was never really a discussion, kids. Trade you to another team like the Russians did. Whoa, what a bitches that be sucking dick. Hit me up, you know I love that shit. Yeah, and it's all go when I touch that bitch. Pass it to me, watch me clutch that shit. Swish, swish.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of Up to Speed with Trip Simpson. I am your host, Trip Simpson, in the building.
The king in the north! The king in the north!
That's right. Before we get started with this live stream today, you know, first and foremost, we got to handle business. Let's get it.
Family moving up in the business. I know you're going to look after family.
What family you talking about, Ice?
Fuck, I look invisible, nigga.
That's right, I am not invisible. So if you're watching live on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that share button. If you're watching live on X, formerly known as Twitter, hit that heart button, hit that retweet button. And if you're watching live on Facebook, please do the same. Also, no matter what platform you're watching on, please don't forget to comment in the live chat below. Help me get this video off into the algorithm. Let's get it. All right. Got a couple things I want to talk about today. Of course, we got to talk about Diddy. And also, towards the end of the show, I want to open it up for a panel discussion. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. Hopefully we get enough callers by the end of the show. But anyways, before we get into the main topic of the night, first, I want to talk about this whole recent post from Brittany Renner. So apparently, the wall has caught Miss Renner dead in her tracks. See, she most recently took to Instagram to tell the world about her financial troubles. Now, before we play that particular video, first, I want to show y'all some throwback Brittany Renner so that we all have a better idea as to why her change in status is so very, very interesting. So without wasting any more time, let's get to some throwback Brittany. This is when she was bragging about athletes being so dumb and not wearing condoms. Let's get to that. All right.
People want to know my body count. I don't know why in like 2018 that's any of your fucking business or why it matters. But 24. 11 athletes. Woo! 5 entertainers. Woo! 8.
So as you can see here, she's bragging about the famous people that she's slept with.
Regular guys. Woo! I've only fucked 3 regular guys since I've been Instagram famous because a lot of y'all run your fucking mouths too much. I don't want to be sending you a video 1 minute, the next minute, I see me spread eagle on the timeline playing with my pussy. In my experience, the worst people to deal with are the athletes. None of them use condoms, really. So if y'all really want to try to come up off a check off a man, I mean, you could just fuck an athlete. They're really dumb. I don't like talking about my history with men I'm dating, I guess until now, because most of the guys that I've dealt with are going to have more money than you. And you're going to feel a way about it. I know the male ego is fragile, like the ball sack that hangs in between your legs. In conclusion, like, I don't even look at people as like trashy or not. It all comes down to mentality for me.
All right, so there we have it. There we have it. So that was early Brittany bragging and boasting about being a 304. And let's face it. This is why women should not listen to other women. This is why. I mean, after she made this video, she then went on to get pregnant by a 19-year-old PJ Washington. PJ Washington, the NBA player, he's been in the league for about 5 or 6 years. Now, that didn't end up working out like she thought it would. She ended up getting a low child support payment. Well, in context, it's low, but for the average dude, it's insane. But anyways, she ended up only getting around $5,000 a month from an athlete in PJ Washington that's earned about $40 million in the past few years of his career. So, I mean, $5,000 is insanely low. And it appears from that point, she went on a downward spiral, with the lowest point being when she appeared on the episode of the Danza Project alongside Charleston White. All right, so let's get to that.
But
I said it 100 fucking times.
Hey,
Hello?
Hey, listen now.
Listen to what I'm fucking saying. Shut the fuck up when a real bitch is talking.
Okay.
Shut up.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up.
Take the road.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Look at this chick, man. Look at this chick. Look at her. Look at the way Charleston White's looking at her, bro. Look at her.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm a real fucking bitch. You hear what I'm saying?
Talk.
And I care. And I'm a hopeful romantic. But I can't control. At the end of the day, I try to force something that wasn't mine. That wasn't my person. And that's okay. He's sitting over there motherfucking. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, shit.
Shut up.
Now, granted, this woman is a mother of a young son. This woman is a mother who's taken PJ Washington all throughout the family court system, and she has the nerve to get on TV twisted, carrying on like this. I'm telling you, this is her downward spiral. Let's go.
Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
That's peripheral.
Shut up. Seriously, shut the fuck up when I'm talking. Because if you ever felt real love to where you have a motherfucking 2nd-degree tear, hello?
Wait. You didn't mean it.
Hello?
You didn't mean it.
Shit.
Hello? You don't know what it's fucking like.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. I meant to hit this nigga.
Wrong guy.
Let me tell you something.
Wrong guy,
Shut the fuck up. This right here is about to go. Let me tell you something.
We good.
Shut up when I'm fucking talking. Yo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I meant to hit that nigga. Because you sitting over here laughing.
Chill. Relax.
I ain't chilling.
Relax.
Because at the end of the day, it ain't your pussy. Hey, listen. I hear you.
That ain't cool, lady. For real. I'm not part of this.
Hey, listen. That's fine. But guess what? You protecting him is what it is.
All right, so no need to watch any more of that. I want to skip to a little later in the interview where things got even crazier. And I know some of you guys have already seen this, but I'm just showing these videos for context to what we're leading up to. All right? So let's get it.
You goddamn well, I'm like, nigga, shit, you already know.
One of my favorite comments, they said, that boy a sharpshooter with the mace.
Yeah, that motherfucker shoots. Yeah.
They say he know who he want to get, and he get him every time.
It's called jail mace, boys and girls.
Hey,
it's called jail mace. It's no blowback. It don't hit innocent bystanders. It give everybody 5 to 10 minutes to disperse out of the room before it starts suffocating everybody.
And ladies and gentlemen, real quick, let me just give you a short reminder. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that like button, hit that share button. If you're watching on Facebook, hit that like button, hit that share button. The same if you're watching on X. Let's help this video get off into the algorithm. Today, we cooking Puff Daddy, but first, we got to cook Brittany Renner. Let's go.
You got 5 to 10 minutes before it starts suffocating everybody. Within 2 to 5 minutes, you'll start feeling the light, itchy, burning sensation in your throat. That's when you know you've been affected.
That's it.
You don't want to throw no drink, Miss Brittany.
I think you want that drink.
No, man, I don't want to throw no drink.
You want me to throw a drink on you?
No.
Here you go. She's losing it again. Check this out.
This ain't a waterproof set. So
yeah. It's uncomfortable to be wet.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never been wet before, but yeah, I'm sure it's uncomfortable to be wet.
You know, moist is one thing, but wet is just another.
No.
It ain't what we shooting for. You know what I mean?
You mean get what?
Isn't that
Miss Ma'am?
No.
No, come on, please. Come on, man, please.
No.
Come on,
I
man,
need you
please.
I need you to be kind and respectful to my guests.
Oh, boy, come on, man, please.
Oh.
All-time low. An all-time low. Let's get it.
Where that pig poker at, man? Go ahead and get the pig poker out. Wait a minute.
Oh, goodness.
Wait a minute. I did nothing for that.
Oh, man, please.
Oh, that's wait a minute. Miss Renner.
All right, chill. There's a lot of equipment in here.
So there we have it. Clearly, this woman was at a very low point in her life. Now, in my opinion, she was either hella drunk or riding the white horse.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Or maybe even both. I don't know. But currently, she appears to have found Allah. And now she's practicing Islam. Now, I don't know what part of Islam allows their women to say the things she says and wear the things she wears, but I won't judge too much. But it appears as if maybe, and I want to stress maybe, she might be taking a step in the right directions. But nonetheless, let's check out her latest IG rant. Let's get it. Let's get it. All right, so here's her latest IG rant. Let's go.
Allahu Akbar. I've gone through a lot of changes internally, and as a result, my outer world has completely crumbled. Sorry. Woo! Wow. Leaving me incredibly uncertain in just about every area in my life. I have no idea where I'm going to live or how I'm going to provide for my son. But Allah has moved mountains for me, and I trust that this will be no different. I feel like Alice when she ate the cookie and her feet went through the windows and she's crammed in the house like that. I've outgrown where I am. The facade is fading, alhamdulillah. And I'm at a place where I don't want anything that doesn't have my name on it. Take it away. It served no purpose here. And I don't want a penny more than I'm meant to have, because I can do a lot with a little. The facade is fading. And when the facade fades and all the BS is cleared out, it makes room for what has always been for you. Take it away.
So, ladies, let me talk to you. Ladies, this is a prime example of a woman who has wasted the prime years of her life chasing an illusion. What's that illusion? The illusion is that men and women's sexual choices are not equal, but you guys think that they are. See, if you waste your 20s chasing D and trying to trap ballers and rappers into having babies, oftentimes this is where you're going to end up. If Brittany Renner would have actually applied herself and been intentional with any of the good men she came across when she was younger and higher in demand, she'd be a married mother, probably with multiple kids, to a decent man. And with her looks, most likely a man of some sort of means. She wouldn't have a care in the world. But she chose to still slut it up, ruin her reputation, and chase young ballers for child support. And now she's barely surviving off of $5,000 a month and posing for Fashion Nova ads. I mean, at this point, she's completely washed. At this point, she's completely washed. She's washed until she finds a simp that she doesn't like or respect to come and pick up the pieces. But hey, she's a sexually liberated, strong, independent queen, right? The irony, man, the irony, I swear. The irony. But anyways, it's been a crazy past couple days, hasn't it been, ladies and gentlemen? It has been a crazy couple past days. Now, first, we've had yet another failed assassination attempt on President Trump. And real quick, man, shout out to my man Donnie T, man. Shout out to Donnie T.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
They trying to lock my man up with 91 felonies. They tried to assassinate him twice. They tried to say he was a Russian spy. They put all this shit on Donnie T, man, and they couldn't do nothing to him, man. Let's get it.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat.
That's my favorite song at this point, I think. That is my favorite song. But anyway, we've had a failed assassination attempt. And then we got Diddy getting busted by the feds last night and officially charged this morning. Now, I gotta tell you, it ain't looking good for the diddler at all. As we all know, the feds have over a 95% conviction rate. So when they finally decide to arrest you, it's pretty much a done deal at that point. Now, honestly, I don't see how Diddy's lawyers would ever be able to convince a jury that this man is innocent. If y'all don't remember, a while ago, a tape got leaked of Diddy beating the brakes off his old girlfriend, Cassie, at some hotel in LA. At this point, I wholeheartedly believe that the feds leaked that footage to the media to influence a potential jury pool. I mean, there's no jury in America at this point that would let Diddy slide after seeing that footage. Ain't no jury in America. So the FBI definitely knew, or excuse me, Homeland Security, whoever is investigating, they knew what the hell they were doing when they let that footage go. The whole world got to see Diddy beating the brakes, kicking, throwing shit at Cassie. So everybody's got this idea in their head at this point. Shout out to Cosby Digital. Cosby Digital's in the house. Yo, Cosby, give me a second. As soon as we get through the paperwork, I'm bringing everybody in because we got to talk about this tonight. But anyway, so what we're going to do real quick is I'm going to play this clip of the Assistant U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, his statements on the indictment, and then we're going to go through the paperwork live, and then we're going to try to get a panel of people to discuss this and a few other topics. All right, so without wasting any more time, let's get to it. Here we go. All right. All right, so let's get it.
Combs abused threatened and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity.
Bro, they about to do this nigga dirtier than they did R. Kelly, bro. Shout out to Alvin Queen. He says Diddy a dirty dude. Yes, he did. Yes, he is indeed. Yes, he is indeed. But yeah, they about to do Diddy dirty, man. They getting this man for racketeering. They got a RICO case on him and his whole staff. Like, it ain't looking good.
Including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs. And he often electronically.
Bro, yo, sometimes I can't believe that this is the world we live in 2024. We got an assistant U.S. attorney using the word freak off in a goddamn indictment, bro. What have we become as a society? What have we become? Anyway, let's go.
We recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs.
Now, this is what I was saying about earlier, why I think the feds leaked that tape of Cassie. Because this is one of the main points that they're trying to lock him up on, his violent behavior. And with that video, even if that video is not admissible in court, right? Even if it's not admissible in court, which it probably will be, everybody already seen it. Everybody's already seen it. So any potential jurors are going to hold him accountable for that tape. It doesn't really matter what the prosecutor said at this point. Everybody thinks this nigga is guilty because of that tape. Even people like me who tried to give him the shadow of a doubt, right? I tried to be like, oh, well, maybe it's Cassie's trying to shake him down for money. You know what I mean? She wants $30 million out of nowhere, yada, yada, yada. But then when the tape came out and he was beating the brakes off her and drug her back up the hallway, then hit her in the head with a vase, I knew it was over.
And that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims.
And he's definitely going to go down for that because they got the tapes. They got the tapes and they got the testimony from people that he's blackmailing people with tape. I mean, basically, Diddy's the Epstein of Black Hollywood. He's the Epstein of Black Hollywood.
And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff.
Now, with all of those people that they have included in this RICO, how many of those people you think are going to stay loyal to Diddy? I know for one, if I was a part of the staff, I wouldn't stay loyal. I wouldn't even be in the RICO because I'd have been gave Diddy up. I'd have been gave him up. If Diddy talks to his staff anyway, like he used to talk to the people on Making the Band, I know they couldn't wait to snitch on this dude. I know they couldn't wait.
The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting.
Did he say drugs, baby oil, and personal lubricant?
I got that thug in love.
This nigga Diddy a wild boy.
When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs.
Bro, cases and cases of lubricant? Cases and cases of lubricant. Diddy's a sick man, bro. This man is really sick. This man is really sick.
More than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches. As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds. I mentioned as well, we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced.
God damn. They catching you with a dirty AR-15 is like 5 to 10 years anyway, bro. This nigga's going.
Okay, Michael. Regular or extra crispy?
Take regular, Diddy. Take regular. Diddy, if you can hear me, hold on. Diddy, if you can hear me, if you ever see this show, listen to me closely. You got to give up Jay-Z. You got to give up Jay-Z or you'll never see the light of day again. You got to give up Jay-Z, bro. They got you. They got you. All right, let's get back to it.
Hey, yo, baby, where you at?
Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there. Now, I want to be clear about 2 things. First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York. Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4HSI-TIP.
Damn. They got a Diddy freak off tip line, bro. That's crazy.
I got that thug in love.
Real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to notice one thing tonight. I'm not drinking any alcohol. That's right. What you see here is called psychedelic water. Psychedelic water. It's an alcohol replacement that's damn near just as good. It's perfectly legal. No drugs or anything in here. No THC, no nothing like that. But try it out. It's a very good alternative to alcohol. It only has 10 calories. And at the end of the day, you'll probably live longer if you drink this as opposed to alcohol every day. All right, so it's called psychedelic water. Check it out.
I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them.
All right, so real quick, we don't need to watch any more of this. You guys get the point. What I want to do real quick before we open up the lines, I want to go through some of this paperwork. All right, so let me get this paperwork up here. Shout out to Guns and Cafe. Guns and Cafe in the building on the YouTube side. He says, what did J-Lo know and when did she know of it? Oh, I think J-Lo knows a lot. I think she knows a lot. I'm not sure if she's in the paperwork, but we getting ready to find out. We're getting ready to find out. All right, so let's get it. All right, so hopefully you guys can see this. We're going to go through some of this paperwork, then we're going to open up the lines. All right? All right, so says overview. For decades, Sean, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. PD, a.k.a. Love, the defendant, abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, the defendant, operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan and Los Angeles under a variety of United States-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, collectively the Combs Business. Corporate entities in the Combs business included, among other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcohol experience business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, the defendant engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse towards women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of his patterns of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. At times, Combs and others acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial sex workers to fly to Combs' location. Now, why is that important? Why is that important? Because now they can get just right there with that paragraph, they can get him on the same thing that they got R. Kelly on, which is the Mann Act. Yeah, so fellas, if you out here tricking, watch what you're doing, because if you purchase a prostitute and you take her across state lines, you have just broken a federal law. You have just broken a federal law. So, fellas, if you pick up one of these stragglers on K Street Northwest and take her to Crystal City to the DoubleTree, you have just committed a felony. You have just taken, you just solicited sex and took someone across state lines. You have just violated the Mann Act. So keep in mind. Keep that in mind. All right, let's get back to it. And I'm not going to read too much more of this. We're going to open up the lines in a second. Let's get to some good stuff. All right. Matter of fact, this damn thing is like 70-something pages. We ain't going to read all this shit. We're going to read all this. I want to open up the lines. So give me a second. I'm going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back and the lines will be open. Let's get it.
Welcome to McDonald's. May I help you?
What's up, Jake? What up? Where's Calvin? At the J.O.B., man. What? He's still flipping those burgers at Mickey D's? Here's your order.
Thanks, Calvin.
He's not tired of that yet. Could be kicking it with us. Having big fun. He says he has a plan, man.
Meet the newest member of our management team, Calvin.
Congratulations.
All right, man. Management team. Yep, I'm part of the management team now, Mama.
Oh, baby, I'm so proud of you.
Don't rip my boy too hard now. Yeah, you're right, because he does wear some fresh clothes. Yo, Calvin, welcome to the hood. May we help you? So, nothing much. Well, I'm out. Hey, yo, Calvin, what's the word on that job thing? Oh, man, you know, not for me. For a friend of mine.
All right, somebody's got the playing in the background.
Cool.
All right, somebody's got it playing in the background. They're going to have to turn it off.
I didn't know I was on.
Somebody's got the playing in the background.
Oh.
Somebody's got it playing in the background. They're going to have to turn it off.
I didn't know I was on. How you pause this one? Turn it down.
All right, I'll just mute you for a real quick, Cosby. All right, let's get these names up here real quick. All right, so we got Cosby Digital and we got Chaz in the building. I still think we still got Mezzy and JP coming in the building, I think, at some point tonight, and my girl Cassandra. But we'll get there. We get there when we get there. Okay. King Koofy's in the building. Let's get it. All right. So we got a nice little decent
What's going on?
Ain't too much, man. We'll start with you, Koofy, man. How's everything?
And so far, so good, man. Glad to be here.
I hear that. Chaz, what's cracking? You muted, bro. We can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm just turning on my mic. Nah, everything's good, man.
That.
How's everybody doing?
Man, we're doing wonderful over here.
Good.
Sensational.
Sensational. All right, cool. So hopefully everybody's up to speed with what we've been talking about tonight. The first thing I want to talk about, because I got a few things I would like to discuss with the panel, but the first thing I want to talk about is going to be this whole Diddy situation. Cosby Digital, let's start with you.
I mean, we knew this was brewing once that Cassie tape came out. And they had been whispering about, different indictments, different things coming down. But once we saw that tape come out, that was the first domino. Then once we saw the raids of the house, it was just a matter of time. Because we know once the feds get involved, they got a 90-something% conviction rate. So they not coming after you until they know, what I'm saying? They know they got you dead to rights.
Okay. Chaz? You still muted, bro.
I mean, Cohen said everything that makes sense. I mean, hey, it's a lot of people involved. So
I would say too, shout out to Wendy Williams, man. She called this shit back in I guess the early 2000s, and Diddy had her run out of town. But she pretty much coined the term the homo thugs. And the more and more information comes out, shout out to the Boondocks too. Like where you got that soundbite from, the Boondocks is one of the greatest predictors of black culture, man. Shout out to Aaron Magruder. From Thuglicious to the R. Kelly trial.
Gangstalicious and Thugnificent.
Thug never said the Gangstalicious. Well, you got the Gangstalicious soundbite.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Aaron Magruder too, because the Boondocks definitely foreshadow a lot of shit that's happening right now.
For sure. So Kufu, what you got?
Baby oil. If there's a shortage of baby oil, we know who got it.
Oh, they said he had 1,000 boxes of baby oil, bro.
Who has that many bottles of baby oil in their closet, man?
Why was that even needed to be brought up? It was kind of like they were trying to make fun of him. Like they were trying to use that to.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If you ain't got no babies and you got 1,000 bottles of baby oil,
who has
that? Why did we need to know that, though? Why did we need to know that?
But I mean, just the fact that you had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Who had what do you need baby oil for? And let alone 1,000 bottles of
freak offs.
I mean, no. I mean, Chaz, you have a point. Like there is no it's not illegal to possess baby oil. It's
like they were trying to embarrass him. Like they were really trying to make an example. Like, but it's like it was just like
if he wasn't already embarrassing the black community already, that baby oil would set him over the top.
It's like if you It's like if you was accused of kidnapping cats and you had 1,000 pounds of cat food in your house, but you didn't own any cats. That might be suspicious. Why the fuck you got all this cat food? Yeah, and you ain't got no cats.
Fair enough. You know what I mean? Fair enough. All right, let me ask y'all this, man. What kind of years do you see, if any, Diddy getting? We'll start with you, Kufu.
Life. You get a life.
Did you get life?
Look what they did to R. Kelly. Oh,
that's true.
As much stuff as Puffy got on other people, they're gonna get that nigga life, and hopefully he get killed in prison. That's what they're probably hoping. Epstein's ass.
This it's a 50 when they denied the bond, the $50 million. That's a lot. That means a lot.
You ain't going nowhere.
And then they got the gun. You said the AR. You said the ARs are like what?
The serial numbers are scratched up.
Serial numbers. So those are like what? What charges?
That's like a mandatory dime.
15, right? That's 15. Well, over here is 15, and you had a drum, a 50-round drum. Yeah, that alone will get you locked up. So.
Lag calling. Oh shit! They trying to fuck my stream up.
All right, so we got another person on the panel in here tonight. Shout out to my homegirl Cassandra.
I think some women need baby oil the way they look at baby oil.
Hey, what's up, homeboy?
All right, Cassandra, how's everything?
Cool so far. See what's up.
So what do you think of this Diddy situation, real quick?
Based on what happened yesterday or today, over
Both.
the transcourse of the last 24 hours or so.
The last 24 hours. What you got for us?
I haven't read all the transcripts. Got a busy life. But if all things are said, all things have been said and appear to be true, homeboy and get his bill. So there are many things that have not been exposed that can anyone hear me? Someone said they can't. All right, bet. So given that he was not granted a $50 million bail, is that the right number? I think that's the right number.
He tried to get bail for 50. His bail was 50 million. Yes.
Well, that's not enough money for New York or Florida or wherever this happened. I mean, when things like that stick and you can't get out, homeboy, you cooked. What they say in 2024.
For sure. I don't know what happened to Cosby Digital and Kufu. I guess they'll be back. Okay, here we go.
I bet.
No worries. I guess Cosby Digital will click back in when he's ready. But yeah, so cool. So Chaz, what were you thinking? What kind of time you think he's looking at? You muted, bro.
This is all new to me. I mean, I'm listening to y'all. I came here to listen to y'all about this. I
will say this as a guy in your field, you know what I mean, in the music industry, and the good thing is you can speak out now. You can speak out now because I mean, you know,
no retaliation now.
Everything's out in the open. Did you already know that this type of stuff was going on, or was this a surprise to you like it was a surprise to us?
Nah, this been going on for a long time. This been going on like what Superhead was saying. This been going on like before her first book. Like she put it in the book. Everybody, when she put it in the book, she was like everybody was laughing at her. And they were kind of like, I don't know about her, like, but all the stuff she put the whole freak offs in the book. It's a whole chapter dedicated to, you know, what they used to see Puffy doing.
Right.
So, you know, his parties are not nothing new. It's other people that got parties. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, if he's gonna, you know, plea, or if he's gonna try to plea, or who he's gonna bring down with him, because it's gonna be a lot of people.
I mean, I think his best bet is to hey, I heard through the rumor mill, well, not the rumor mill, but through Jaguar, right, that Puffy has evidence against Jay-Z, like killing his mistress or some shit like that years ago. If you're Puffy, do you give up the evidence at this point?
Hell yeah.
She was pregnant too.
Man, if I go down, everybody going down. Fuck that.
You know, Brown, huh?
That's how he going. Hey, that's what he said though. But that's what he said. If he go down, everybody going down.
The educated brother from the bank.
Kareem Akbar.
All right, that's what's up. That's what.
Hey, I think Diddy gonna go down with the ship.
You think so?
I think he gonna go down with the ship.
I mean, for what?
Just his persona, his thing. I don't see him snitching.
You don't see Diddy snitching?
No, I don't.
After what he did to Shine, that nigga snitching.
I think he's snitching, man. I think he's gonna snitch.
I think whatever, like Cohen, you got to think about this. Like all the Tupac stuff about to come out. Like it's a lot of stuff that's about to come out.
Well,
this not over like right now. In the next couple of years.
I don't see him snitching. I think he gonna get 20. He gonna get 20 to life. It's gonna get knocked down to like 12, 13 years.
If he snitches.
Yeah, I don't think he gonna snitch.
If he kill Bach, I'm gonna kill his ass. All I'm gonna say.
I mean, I definitely think he has something to do with Biggie, but I mean, when it comes to Tupac was high on coke, strutting through the casino, beat the shit out of a gang member, and they came back and shot him, bro. That's it.
Well, I didn't mean to say it like they were going to try to, but it's just going to be a lot of other things opening up just off of it.
I mean, now,
but that's why I think for the sake of his family and his legacy, he's not gonna snitch.
Nah,
His
the nigga,
son's still out
baby
here. His people
oil.
still out here. That's why I don't think he's gonna snitch.
Oh,
Baby oil. You're not gonna snitch. You already got caught doing baby oil with a whole bunch of niggas.
What do his family care if he snitched? Why would they care?
It matters.
Bro, we're adults, though. I don't give a fuck if somebody snitched. I ain't a criminal. I don't care what you did.
Baby oil.
The thing is, Cohen, his kids are so in the limelight that I don't think I'm not worrying about nothing happening to them. Like, his family is so in the limelight, that's why he has to snitch, so he can try to get out.
Yeah, I don't think he has an option. You know what I mean?
But this the thing, because if he snitches further up in the entertainment industry, his people gonna get blackballed.
He's already blackballed.
They already blackballed out here.
They already
Ain't nobody
surrendered
touching
their
them.
passports as a 1-year-old. She don't even know what's going on. Like, that's terrible.
Yeah, they already blackballed. Ain't nobody touching that. Ain't nobody touching it.
But they have a chance to come back.
You're from
Once the shit blow over.
Yeah, that's always an opportunity, but
they got a chance.
they
But
can't
if
get
he snitch,
through
if
this
he snitch
first
on like,
first. This is a lot of heavy allegations. Homeboy can't get out on $50 million bail. We got women beaters out here to get let go on, come back to court in like 2 months. Like, this is not nothing light. I'm talking about like DC courts where like the feds are in charge. You somewhere in Florida and they not trying to let you out on
No, it's New York. It's New York.
New York is strict though.
What I read though was that he can't leave the confinements of Florida. I might have misread that.
He can only go back and forth from Florida and New York for doctor's visits and stuff like that.
Gotcha, but even still, like, what? I don't leave DC.
But he's in jail though. He's not a house arrest.
But not being able to travel with your children, not allowing your children, when you have this much capacity, this much pool, this much finances to allow even a 1-year-old to just go travel the world freely back and forth. You got private jets and your kids can't even travel. That's insane to me. That just lets the public know whatever we do know, that for people who don't have access to those court documents, this is some heavy stuff. We've seen R. Kelly, for example. I don't want to misspeak because I really don't know, but I feel like it took longer for him to get into where he's at right now than Diddy did, because he had this much pool, this much finance, this people in his, in his pocket, on his payroll. So, but at the end of the day, I think the commentary was the children, right? Like, your children can't do anything. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, if this man is allegedly a billionaire, I mean, I'm sure his children have something. You know what I mean? So the fact that they would even be worried about being in the industry is crazy to me. You know what I mean?
No, naturally, yes. And I think I was speaking with someone earlier. I don't know who it was in my IGs earlier, but I think that
I'm listening.
My train of thought.
Well, yeah, I mean, these charges are definitely worse than R. Kelly's. These charges are definitely.
Okay. I found my thought. I'm sorry. Thank you. I just need to be reminded. Yeah. So the whole thing with the R. Kelly thing, they were just all of this. I think. Let me backtrack. I think that all of this has come forth because of R. Kelly. If you all want to recall prior to COVID, right? The R. Kelly expose that happened on BET that had so many parts to it. I think after that expose came out, people or women or men alike came forward with these allegations. They felt safe to say, hey, shit's going on. Let me go ahead and say what I need to say. And I think that's what just triggered my thought was the R. Kelly thing. Like, we always reference R. Kelly. That's when it started, actually, in 2018, 2017, with the R. Kelly expose. And then everybody started feeling more comfortable, just sharing their negative experiences or what they thought happened, during those times. And I think that
Diddy survived the Me Too era with no allegations, but Cassie was the thing. Cassie brought this whole thing down with that lawsuit, because to the speed of which he paid that money, had everybody looking like, hold on.
But
She
the other
said some
lawsuit that nobody talks
what
about,
we thought were outrageous and outlandish accusations, but he literally paid them up like the next day. The motherfucking check was cut, and it was like, hold on. And then, you know, all the allegations from the past started coming up. Stuff that Superhead said in the book, the stuff that Wendy Williams said, all little industry chatter started coming back up. And also that producer that he tried to coerce into having sex sued him. So, because once you get under deposition, you can't be in court telling lies. All these people started doing depositions, and they really had to investigate this stuff. And once they did those raids, man, all the evidence was there.
I think it was a combination of Cassie and a combination of that of is it Diageo Liquors or whoever he's into it with, Ciroc or somebody. He's
Diageo.
He's in a major lawsuit against Diageo Liquors, who clearly have more money than him. I mean, I think with that combined with, I don't know if you guys remember, but last Thanksgiving, there was a law that that was it was enacted for a year and it expired like around Thanksgiving of 2023 in New York City called the Adult Survivors Act or something like that. And what that law did was it allowed for women, well, anybody, women or whoever you are, who were victims of any type of sexual assault to file civilly.
That's how they got Trump.
Yeah, to file civilly out of nowhere. You could just file on somebody, whether it was true or not. Like
Bill Cosby, that's how they got him too.
Yeah, they said there was like 3,000 frivolous cases filed, but like Cassie is one of those people who filed, right? And this is one of the reasons why I thought she was lying, because I'm like, damn, feels like she's just taking this opportunity to extort this man for $30 million. But then once that tape came out, I was like, yeah,
So there's one more lawsuit, right, that nobody knows about that was costing $50 million about the inmate.
I know about that.
Yeah,
I talked about it last show. I spoke on it.
Well, there you go. I think that was really the floodgate, because he said a whole bunch of shit in his documents.
Matter of fact, Diddy, I think, offered him like $2 or $3 million to settle.
Yep, he didn't take it.
Yeah. And Diddy ended up losing the case. Like Diddy, it was like $100 million lawsuit, and the judge favored in favor of the guy. But yeah, I think Cassie started talking to the feds. She sued him, and I think things just started crashing down from there. I mean,
everybody courage. Oh, I can get money.
I totally agree with Cassie setting the bar, I guess, on this, right? Like she just was like, fuck it. I'm just going to go ahead and say my piece, whatever law was extended for them to file. And honestly, like, shout out to her, because I can't even imagine at that caliber what she went through, whether she did it knowingly, was participating, whatever the circumstances were. And I would like to get into that, you know, at some point. But the amount of money that this man had, the ages that he had at the time that he met her, at the age that she was, and her parents is a different conversation too. I want to get into that too. But this man really had an impact on her and set her up for success, maybe in her eyes, without, and again, I don't know all the details, but at the end of the day, I think that she really gave a lot of women who were insecure with their doubts or relationships a platform to be like, hey, like, this is going on. Go ahead and speak out about it. And a lot of women did come forward after that, similar to what happened right after R. Kelly. Like those reports started flowing in, and a lot of them have been substantiated. Others have been, you know, dismissed. But nonetheless, there's a lot of truth behind those allegations.
Okay. Did you guys get a chance to see that the portion on Brittany Renner that we did earlier?
I didn't see the portion, but I hear that she's saved and she's not making money anymore. That's
I want to play this. I want to play this clip for you real quick. I'm just gonna play one. I'm gonna play her most recent Instagram, her most recent Instagram post, and I want to see you guys that.
She's something else, man. That chick is like
She is.
lost her shit.
She definitely is. All right. Let's go. All right, here it is.
She's Muslim now? What the fuck?
Check it out.
First of all,
You a Muslim now?
I've gone through a lot of changes internally. And as a result, my outer world has completely crumbled.
I think this chick is mental too, as well.
That's the laugh of a mental person right there.
Definitely mental.
Woo! Wow.
Like the Joker.
I'm incredibly uncertain in just about every area in my life. I have no idea where I'm going to live or how I'm going to provide for my son. But Allah has moved mountains for me, and I trust that this will be no different. I feel like Alice when she ate the cookie and her feet went through the windows and she's crammed in the house like that. I've outgrown where I am. The facade is fading, alhamdulillah. And I'm at a place where I don't want anything that doesn't have my name on it. Take it away. It serves no purpose here. And I don't want a penny more than I'm meant to have because I can do a lot with a little. The facade is fading. And when the facade fades and all the BS is cleared out, it makes room for what has always been for you.
All right, so there we have it. This is the same woman who was on record bragging about how she could get any athlete that she wants and how athletes are dumb, how you can easily get pregnant by them and take their money. I played that video earlier, but I'm not going to play it again in the interest of time. But she was the same woman bragging about that 6 years ago. She ends up getting pregnant by 19-year-old at the time, PJ Washington, when she was like 26, 27. Okay. This man, keep in mind, has made, up until this point, has made over $40 million in the NBA. She was awarded $5,000 a month in child support. And I think ever since that point, she's been on a downward spiral. As we know, after she got hit with that child support ruling, one of the shows she was on a show with Charleston White, a podcast called The Danza Project, where she started cussing out Shannon Briggs, the fucking what is he, UFC champion. She throws a bottle of water at him, and then she starts twerking on Charleston White, a low point in her internet career. And now she's at the point where she has converted to Islam and now says she cannot afford to take care of her son and she doesn't know where she's going to live. Miss Cassandra, let's start with you.
Thank God you didn't start with me.
Why you start with me?
Ladies first, and we're talking about a woman, so I'll
no, that's fine. I have so many perspectives on that video that she shared with the world. I think first, most people don't give a fuck because, like, what you're basically telling us that you're being a normal person who doesn't expose their body parts for funds. Millions of women, billions of women out here working 9 to 5s and whatever they can do with 9 to 5s, 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week, plus minus, whatever the fuck, to make sure that they themselves can afford their lifestyle. And if they have children, to make sure that those children can, are taken care of very well. So that's one perspective of this video. Another perspective I have is that I'm not rich. I ain't never been rich. I don't have no rich baby daddies. I ain't got no hundreds of thousands of dollars coming to me monthly, for child support. That being said, why are you still complaining? I'm not understanding. Your money came down from extra sponsors, or your money came down from your child support? Like, that's not making any sense to me. That's another perspective. And I think my last perspective, I probably have more. I ain't sit on this too long because honestly, this is not what I do. But for fun shit tonight. I think the last perspective that I have for tonight is that this is just life humbling her. If this is a role she's really playing, and it's not a role, if she's really doing it, and this is something she's actually practicing, actually trying to be demure, let's use that word, very, covered, being respectful to herself, being respectful to her family, whatever that word looks like, but being more conservative, that's the word we're going to go with. She's realizing, like, oh my goodness, like, I actually have to use my brain to get what I need. I need to be able to use my mental as outside of my body. My body is fully covered, but now these men are not giving me money. How am I going to get funds with my body fully covered? Ma'am, you have to use your brain. So now she has to tap into some, skills that maybe she hadn't used before. I'm sure she has them. She made it this far. There are some things that she probably could do, but those are my thoughts since you asked them.
All right, Kufu, we'll go with you.
Oh, Jesus. So everything she said was haram. Let's just get that out the way now. Like your face isn't even covered up, and you had the whole his job on. It's haram. Fuck all that, right? So that's number one. Number two is you getting $5,000 a month, and you're worried about where the fuck you're going to stay. Like most people don't even get $5,000 a month. You're making more than most people making their whole fucking year, and you can't figure out how to ration your money enough to get a place, etc. You're a fucking idiot. And then you go online begging and pleading and telling your story, which is haram some more because you're not even supposed to be doing that as a Muslim. So I mean, like, bitch, she's full of shit. If I was in her face, I spit in her face. Like, bitch, like everything you're doing to the religion, you're disgracing the religion.
Are you a Muslim?
No, but I know about. I used to want to be Muslim. I studied Islam. Some of my friends are Islamic, so I'm just like, dude, everything she's doing is pure bullshit. Like, I don't know what she's doing online, just even complaining about her situation. Like, and it's another thing. I mean, I hate to say it, but you're a single mom. I hate to say it, but I mean, it comes with the territory. I mean, it's another struggle you got to go through as a single mom. Like, most people don't want to take care of a woman with children, unfortunately. So you got to deal with that other aspect on top of that.
Yeah, but I'll say this about her. I'll throw her this bone, right? She's attractive enough to where if her attitude wasn't so bad and she didn't put so much of her business out there, she could still find a decent guy.
Yeah, she could find a simp easy, no problem.
You know what I mean? She could, but I don't even see. I think she could probably find a decent guy that's not even necessarily a simp, right? But I think at this point, her reputation is so bad. Like, the only kind of guy she's going to land at this point is a kind of guy who she's going to run all over. She's going to roll all over in that respect.
But that's most. I hate to say it, but it's most single women with children. That's the kind of guy they look for, because the guys who take charge. I mean, I can't discipline your children, can I? Because if you're in my household, if I'm Brittany Renner, she's in my household, the way she's acting, I'm going to have to set her straight, and I'm going to have to obviously set her kids straight, because her kids probably going to follow her lead. And if I can't set her kids straight, it's like, what the fuck? So I'm like, it's a losing situation.
Oh, I'm going to interject because first, you're not their father.
That's the problem. I'm trying to.
Let me finish. I heard all your thoughts. Hold on. No, that's fair. That's a very valid point. I'm not taking that away from you, homeboy. You got that. But again, I'm going to reiterate. Again, they're not your children. When you link up with a woman that has children, multiple children, however many they are, and you start courting that woman, as a woman myself, and I'm single and I have children, and I'm not embarrassed about it. I'm a great woman. Me personally, and I think that I could speak for women who are very empowered within themselves and feel comfortable with themselves. We're not looking to finance or discipline our children. First of all, I'm taking care of those children, and I'm raising them with morals and respect, right? And I'm not looking for them to disrespect anyone, but I'm also not looking for them to sit and be quiet when someone is speaking down on them because they have a voice. And that's for my daughters and my son alike. So I think that point is, aside from anything, if you're trying to court her as a woman, go ahead and do that. You know what she's about. We're aware, maybe she's changed her life. And then it takes some time for you to get to know that woman and see where she's at, mentally, physically, and looking for a relationship, looking for, you know, a fuck buddy, whatever it is, right? So I think that that's a question that men need to ask themselves, like, am I courting the woman or am I courting the woman and her children? That's a conversation that really needs to be discussed with that woman. Like,
So
most women, I understand, I think nowadays are looking for someone to take care of them and their children. I'm not one of those women. Like,
let's just be honest.
Hold on. Let me ask you this, Cassandra, because to Kufu's point, I want to say I guess he's speaking more so if he's dating a single mother, right, and he wants to get married, right, or if the relationship gets serious, he's saying it's impossible for a man to have a serious relationship if we're going to move in together and I can't discipline your children, then that's a huge problem. Like that's a risk that a man has to take on. You understand what I'm saying?
I do. I fully understand what you're saying. And that's fair. I was raised in a household with my stepdad. My stepdad raised me since I was 3 months old. That's my dad. But whenever Mom Duke said something, it was whatever Mom Duke said. As an adult now, I hear you. I hear you. Don't get me wrong. I've checked my mother on this, and I don't care about this being whatever. I've checked my mother on this. Damn, I got an order coming in. Hold on. Where am I at? Okay, here am I. I learned a really hard way that my dad wasn't my father, like my biological father. That to me was like detrimental in ways that I had to fully recover from in the last like 10 years. That being said, it's the mother's fault. And I've told my mother, like, girl, this your fault. Why you ain't tell me this not my dad? Why you ain't tell me?
That's my problem. That's
No, wait, pause. I'm not finished. I hear that's your problem. I'm not finished. However, being an adult and being educated, right? I had to learn that these are things that my mother, being an immigrant, didn't fucking know how to deal mentally. She was already fucked up mentally, right? So she raised me and my siblings and certain kind of, we all, you know, based on your innate place in life or whatever, you know, we all learn to deal with things differently. I'm going back to what I said. My stepfather, and he's my dad. I call him daddy. You would never know that was my stepdad. That's my father. I don't, my biological father died when I was a few months old, so it all worked out. But it is, you're right. At the end of the day, it is up to the mother. The mother does run control. But this is why it's so important for men, women alike, to make sure that you know who you're dealing with, who this person is. Don't just go, okay, she look good, she got a fat ass. Oh my God, he's so cute. He looked like this, he looked like that. No, like really think about the person you're having these raw relationships with. Because you're gonna come from that, and then you're gonna be upset.
I think everybody should get the ring before the spring. That's what white people say. Get the ring before the spring. So if you have a child out of wedlock, you're doing it wrong, and you're gonna deal with the consequences of that. So all I'm saying is, for me, like say for instance, going into dating a single mom, I just don't see the benefits of it. I really don't. I mean, the woman can change her life. Children can be saints or whatever, but for me, it's like I don't see the benefit. I'm still putting my time, energy, money, resources into kids that are not mine. And when they get older, like, what would the benefit? I mean, if I get old, something happened to me, I'm pretty sure they're not going to come to my bedside or take care of me in hospice or some shit, or invite me into their home when I'm old and elderly to take care of me. You know what I mean? I just don't see that happening if I'm a stepfather. You know what I mean? It just, I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Cosby Digital.
That's just me, though. That's just me. You know what I mean? I just don't see no benefit in it.
Cosby Digital, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
We'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
I don't even know what the fuck. What am I even commenting on at this point?
Well, we were talking about Brittany Renner, and then.
Well, what about it? I got lost in kind of like the roundabout.
Did you see the video?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, your thoughts on the
number one, you're a proponent of religion, helping people get their lives together. So she actually found some religion in her life that's giving her organization and structure. More power to it. Two, she's a classic case of sack chasing in your 20s, hit the wall, hit the wall somewhat
Hit
in
the
your
wall
30s.
fast.
I mean, she was speedballing, so of course she was gonna hit that wall fast. I think because she jumped out the gate so fast. What is she about? What, 32, 33 at this
Yeah,
point?
something like that. Yeah.
She got time to, like, if she's serious about righting the ship, she can right the ship and meet a decent dude. But she just gotta get the fuck off the internet. But she's still trying to make money off the internet, so uh,
Haram.
we helping her make her money
Let's go to
by
her
talking
Instagram.
about her.
Let's go to her Instagram. Let's see.
I
Hold
frankly think it's a waste of time to talk about buckets like this, but who am I?
That goes to my point. But Haram, Haram.
Chaz, what are your thoughts before we get to the next topic?
I second Cohen. A second Cohen. I mean, I don't really pay attention to a lot of this, because I don't know. It's
Look,
kind of
you know, Trip be on media takeout and TMZ and the shade room all
Look,
day.
man, listen, I try to pick popular subjects and talk about them, man.
Who the fuck made her a
Well,
popular subject?
Okay, so here's what I think, though. All right, the point of this is just to show another example, and like I said earlier in the program, it's another example of why, for the most part, younger women shouldn't trust what older women have to say. A lot of younger women, what the hell did I just do? Hold on. A lot of younger women listen to the things that Brittany Renner used to say when she used to sit in her car and talk about bagging athletes and doing what you want and screwing who you want, and body counts don't matter. A lot of women took what she said seriously. Look at her now.
Look at her now.
6 years later, she's in the same car
that she's living in.
After she done bagged the athlete she wanted to bag, she's getting minimal child support and can't afford the upkeep of her life. It's just almost like an I told you so once again. That was my point for it. You know, I'm constantly talking to certain women that I know about these things, and they tell me I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about, this, and that. But, you know, once again, the wall is undefeated.
Undefeated.
The wall is undefeated. Now, let's get to this Super Bowl drama. All right. Question to the panel. Did Jay-Z pick Kendrick Lamar to shade Wayne or Drake? Chaz, I want to start with you.
I don't think so. I think it was a calculated decision based on popularity in the current state of where we are as a country, and I think Kendrick better suits what's going on right now in the country and what everybody is against. I think past things as well with Wayne saying stuff about the Black Lives Matter thing. I think that kind of hurt him in the public, especially with his fan base being, majority Democratic and liberal. So I think it was kind of a combination of things. His health might have been something of concern as well.
I got a question for you though, Chaz. And just in case nobody knows, Chaz is the inside man. He's in the music industry. You work closely with probably a lot of people that we're going to name tonight. So you would know. But let me ask you this question. It's my opinion that Jay-Z is the biggest DEI hire of all time. Right? I think
Right. No. I mean, you got stuff to back that opinion. I mean, you look at where the ratings were with the Colin Kaepernick thing. So to clean that up,
I don't even think it wasn't even Colin Kaepernick. I think it was George Floyd.
Well, the George Floyd, everything happened that that kind of was a domino effect. So you got that, and you look at for the last 5-6 Super Bowls, it's been all black people.
Well, can
Really, all black.
Can I interject one little thing? I was just thinking about. I don't know if I'm right or wrong though. I mean, I was going to ask him.
Go ahead.
Do you think isn't Jay-Z like on like one of the Super Bowl committees or something like that?
Jay-Z
used to be.
Jay-Z is the head of the music for the NFL.
Right.
He picks the Super Bowl act every year.
And so my thing is, since Jay-Z and Dr. Dre are kind of cool, right? So if you think about it, and Jay-Z and Dr. Dre are kind of cool, and Kendrick Lamar kind of is cool with Dr. Dre versus Lil Wayne. No, even though Lil Wayne is from Louisiana, but he's not that connected compared to now Kendrick Lamar. You know what I mean? If you think about it, because with Dr. Dre, and he already did the Super Bowl. So if you think about it, Lil Wayne may have a next year, but this coming year, this is Kendrick Lamar.
I'm not one of those people who think Lil Wayne is entitled to have the Super Bowl because it's in New Orleans. Typically, people don't pick the local artist for the Super Bowl. Now, granted, and this is no disrespect to Kendrick Lamar, I don't want to see Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl either. Right. I'm not trying to hear no knowledge at the Super Bowl, bro. Like, my thing is, I don't want to hear it, bro. I really don't want to hear it. I mean, I'm tired of the blackity black shit anyway. I'm tired of that shit. So for Kendrick Lamar, this is just another year with Jay-Z and this BLM DEI hire nonsense, man. I think that was the worst thing the NFL could have ever done, was hire Jay-Z as the number one. Jay-Z is known just for being an asshole in the industry and like doing his own little selfish things for his own selfish reasons.
Well, that was the best thing for them at the time. They needed them. Nobody else was going to trust. They could hire the artist trust. They had that type of trust.
But I think Jay-Z brought down the Super Bowl since he's been there. Like you said,
you would think, but some people would say that the ratings went up because he's had all black artists, and these are not just regular black artists. These are top 10 Billboard artists as well.
Yeah, to say that is worse is preposterous. Like, niggas is still talking about Usher and Rihanna's performance.
Right, but you hired a diversity hire in Jay-Z, and he totally wiped away the diversity. There's no diversity in Super Bowl performances at this point. There's only black people performing.
Can I say something?
Who was performing before all of the black people?
It was diverse. It was
not diverse.
It would be Garth Brooks. It would be just different people.
It was like Jennifer Lopez and
right.
Like they saw they needed this
Shakira.
Is a
like what? Come on.
This is a PR thing.
Well, who the fuck wanted to see them? We get the people we want to see.
No, we don't get the people we want to see.
It's very few really good white performers. Like
what?
Wait. I want to go back to the Jay-Z commentary and him bringing.
Who y'all want to see? Taylor Swift? You too?
Well, listen, prior to Jay-Z being hired as whatever entertainment, I guess what Norman just said, and I'm not absolutely sure if that's true, whatever, but I trust it. Let's go with that. No, it's fine. Like I'm talking shit. I don't know. So I'm going what we talking about. So let's keep up with the conversation. No disrespect, Norman. You know I love you. The whole time, I think that prior to Jay-Z being hired to revamp the entertainment, right? Because y'all got to remember, right before he was hired, it was the whole cap thing, and no black folks, a lot of black folks.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah,
and I'm brown, right? I look white. I'm brown. We what fucking with the NFL. We like no.
Everybody stopped fucking with the NFL. They definitely,
that was part of it. But I do think that Jay-Z he is who he is, and I think all of us are all in the same age group that Homeboy has a lot of influence on people who are watching these games. So that was a very strategic move on the NFL's part to get the one person we know that many black and brown people love from the millennial age, which I think we all are here.
Yeah.
We're the ones funding the NFL. So like, why wouldn't? That's easy money right there. That was a very strategic move.
It was.
And I might not agree with, all of Jay-Z's antics or whatever the fuck is going on with that. I think that for the NFL, brilliant move. Making money. He making money. They're making money. I'm watching the Super Bowl. Whoever the fuck comes on is black people. I'm like, I don't want to watch J-Lo. Like, let me put up a YouTube video. I'm trying to see a show. You know what I mean? So
I agree with her.
What we're not realizing though that there's a whole 87% of America that is not black.
True, but they still.
But who are the biggest consumers? Who are the biggest consumers of the NFL? I know it's white people, but black people, brown people.
It's definitely white
people. Trip,
No,
you gotta
bro.
start looking at the charts, bro. You gotta start looking at Billboard.
They consume black music. Jennifer
Right,
Lopez ain't been there at the top of the charts
Who
or
said
nothing.
they consume black music? Whoever
ever.
said that, you on the money right there, right there, right there, right there. They consume black music. So while maybe this is exactly why most of the NFL games prior to like the season, what is it called? I don't even know because
preseason.
No. The finals. What's that called? The playoffs.
Okay.
The playoffs, right? Like a lot of people, and I'll be one of them to admit that like prior to Cap being capped, I was like, yeah, I'm not watching this shit. Until Jay-Z came along, I was like, all right. And then a couple years ago, it was, Super Bowl on my birthday with 50 Cent. I was like, yes, let's go. That's entertaining. I don't want to see Taylor Swift. Jay-Z brings the money. Jay-Z brings all people because why he represents a certain status quo in America. And they're trying to obtain that. That's why you see all these white kids TikToking to all his stuff. Like,
she's got a point.
Okay, so let's talk. So real quick, can everybody see the screen?
Yeah,
everybody see the screen. Let's talk about the Billboard since that came up. All right, let's talk about Billboard. Here's the top 100 on the Billboard right now. Number 1, Shabuzi, not a black person. Post Malone, not a black.
How's Shabuzi not a black person?
Honestly, I don't even know who Shabuzi is. Maybe they are black.
Go to the hip hop R&B.
From the DMV.
Go to hip hop DMV.
What is your point with this list? Because I feel like I have an answer already.
Hold on. I'm just saying. Okay, Post Malone, Sabrina Carter, Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, Sabrina Carter again, Chapel Roan, Teddy.
We're not in Super Bowl season yet. You gotta wait till we get to like January, February.
Hold on. And which one of them would be qualified to perform at the Super Bowl?
I'm just saying.
No. Let them answer.
That's another problem.
Which one of them would be qualified to perform at the Super Bowl?
Any of
that part.
I don't, except Shabuzi. I don't know who the hell Shabuzi.
You don't know none of the people.
Gaga and Bruno Mars already did. So
you don't know none of those fucking people.
I know who Billie Eilish is. I know who.
You didn't even say her name right. It's Billie Eilish.
Yeah.
You don't know none of. You don't even know none of the motherfuckers.
What was rocking in the club is who they're gonna put on stage for the longest time. That's who they're gonna put on stage.
No fault. I disagree with that because when 50 Cent brought out
matter of fact, Eminem did this shit a couple years ago.
Eminem, 50, Dre, Snoop, they was all on stage. And
Bro,
the
they had one of the biggest runs in not in just hip hop, but music history.
Then you had Usher. I'm sorry, I was underwhelmed by the Usher performance.
Me too.
That mean you just a hater.
I'm not a hater.
Nah.
Bro, this nigga roller skate, sang,
it's not
flip.
for
You are a fucking hater.
Got bangers that
You are a fucking hater.
Good job doing that.
You are a fucking hater. That was a universal. That was a universally held great. He got a Vegas residency off of that.
I'm tired.
Talking about wasn't a good. You are a
He
fucking
got a
hater.
Vegas residency based on his
a fucking
past
hater.
20 years performance.
I'm tired of the DEI Super Bowls, man. I'm tired of it.
Was Britney Spears in the Super Bowl?
You're a fucking hater, bro.
Was Britney Spears in the Super Bowl? Was Boyz II Men in the Super Bowl? They all got residencies.
Yeah, Britney Spears at the Super Bowl before.
Great.
Boyz II Men.
Yeah, Britney Spears got Super Bowl.
Yeah.
When
Boyz II Men probably sang the national anthem or something.
Of course she did.
Nobody remembers this shit.
Where is the diversity with the Super Bowl? That's all I'm saying. Where is
the diversity was there, but it wasn't giving. I just said that.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. Don't let him frame the argument. You're the only one trying to frame this as a diversity thing. We're looking for the best performers. Just like the NFL is majority black because they're the best athletes. It ain't no DEI. For a long time, it was DEI for white quarterbacks because they had a stigma that blacks weren't smart enough to play the position. But once enough black quarterbacks broke through and had success, they could no longer have that stigma. Now we're just waiting to get ownership. That's the last breakthrough for black people in the NFL. So if you're talking about a merit-based situation, we got to have the best artists.
All right, cool.
The best artists need to perform at the Super Bowl.
Wait, you're saying that we need merit-based artists to get merit-based athletes?
Hold on. No. Stop right there. Okay, so by your logic, Mr. Cosby, we should just do away with DEI in general. I believe we should.
I don't think he was a DEI.
No, that wasn't my logic.
Hold up, y'all.
Let me answer this.
No. It's my turn to talk, bro. It's my turn to talk.
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna let you say your bullshit.
Hold on. You just said it's the best performance or the best one who should get the job, and you said just like there's majority black players in the NFL, right?
Merit-based.
They're only picking the best. They're only picking the black ones. So if that situation goes in reverse, let's say corporate America, and they're only picking the people with the highest test scores, why do you whine and cry when you see majority whites and Asians in corporate America?
Because it's not the same. So just like they have. Hold on. You said your shit. I'm gonna just crush that. I'm not finished. First of all, no. You were finished. I'm about to crush it.
5 minutes.
No, you're finished. I'm gonna crush you.
No, I'm not.
They have specific rules. I
gotta pause you real quick because I'm not finished talking. I'll let you get your point across when I'm finished.
Okay.
So look, what I'm saying is, how is it fair for you to say that the black athletes dominate because they're just the best? We don't need any DEI. But when it comes to other things where other groups dominate, but now we need DEI. You can't have it both ways.
Right.
Yes, you can. So especially when it comes to especially when it comes to sports in America, I'm going to take you down a brief history of when black leagues had the best athletes and they were forced to integrate. That happened in pro sports. It happened in college sports.
Nobody put a gun to anyone's head when it comes to
the they were forced to integrate because the black leagues with the black athletes had the best products that goes from baseball first to football to basketball. Economically, they were forced to integrate because the talent was better. And they still have rules in place within sports, like the Rooney Rule, like other rules.
What is the Rooney Rule? Can you elaborate on that?
So the Rooney Rule makes the NFL have to interview black coaches because they found statistically that we still have majority white coaches coaching, and white coaches would get job after job after job, do a poor job, still get hired, fired, move from team to team to team to team, where we had excellent black assistant coaches that weren't getting chances. And that's just the good old boys network. If the team owner is white, his son is going to be the coach. If the team owner's cousin, whatever, like you still have a lot of nepotism when it comes to ownership and upper management in the NFL. And that was recognized. So they put rules in place to try to counteract that. So if the playing field does not start out even, you can't say, well, it's straight merit based. If it's mad nepotism, mad favoritism, and a bunch of unqualified white people continue to get jobs over qualified black people, it's not equal. It's not merit based. That's why they had to put the rule in place, because people recognized it wasn't being merit based, that these mediocre white coaches were being put in job after job after job after job. Mediocre white journeyman quarterbacks were giving job after job after job after job. And when a black coach get a job, he got 1 year to prove himself. 1.5 years, he fired. He got one chance, fired. Never to be heard from again. So there is substantial evidence. That's why a particular rule had to be put in place.
Okay, so what you're saying is completely subjective, though.
No, it's not subjective. They literally put a rule in place based upon the statistics of white coaches being hired versus black. It's a literal numbers thing, and the NFL got together and said, hey, we have to fix this injustice this wrong based upon the numbers. So that's not subjective if they made a decision
definitely
based upon the
subjective.
number
Hold on,
of
hold on, hold on.
coaches not being hired. That's
All right,
not subjective.
all right, here's my point. It
That's
is
not
subjective.
opinion.
It
They
is
made a rule based upon what was
hold on.
happening.
It is subjective because the rule doesn't force anybody to hire anyone. All it says is you have to give an interview to a black or Hispanic or Asian coach. That's all you have to do is give them an interview.
So why did they put that in place?
I'm not finished. I'm
You
not
just
finished.
destroyed your whole argument with that one. I'm just saying, Cosby. You just
not
No, if
All
you
they
have
did-
to enter, you can't make
Bruh. Hello? Hello?
No, I'm just responding to what Kofi said. You can't make anyone do anything.
Hold on.
But
I'm
to
trying
the
to
fact that it
I'm
was
trying to
so
talk.
glaring
I'm
and
trying to
blatant
talk.
that they have to make you interview black people, let you know it's a problem. They didn't make a solution to something that wasn't a problem. People don't make solutions to things that aren't problems.
They did what they do every time else black people whine and cry about shit. They give you a fake ass rule to appease you. They give you a fake ass rule to appease you.
Whining and crying about anything doesn't get things done. It's when white people start crying, and when they start dying, that's when things get stuff done. First and foremost.
So unfortunately for us, we're 13% of the population, and we do not work together at all. So when you have a population of people who move as sloppily and unorganized as us, those are the results that you're going to get every time. Just like when you have a guy like Jay-Z, who all black people love and kiss his ass, right? They use
White
guys.
people too. White people too. White people too.
Hold on. But here's my point. Jay-Z allegedly stood with Colin Kaepernick.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm a Nas fan.
Jay-Z was all, I'm with Kaepernick, yada, 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 yada. We shouldn't watch the NFL, we kneeling, all this, all that. As soon as they gave him the opportunity to control the Super Bowl, he says, we ain't kneeling no more. The same thing he did when they made him a 1/15th of a percentage owner of the Brooklyn Nets. He convinced his community to gentrify itself so that a quote unquote black owner of the Nets could get an opportunity to own a team.
All right, but just like you said it,
Are you against free market capitalism?
No, wait. Let's back up. He convinced his people. He knew, Jay-Z knows that the people in his community stand for him, just like the rest of this country and people in other countries across the world stand for him. So he played his audience exactly how he should have, just like Trump did. I will compare Trump to Jay-Z. Both of these motherfuckers have played the business very well. They learned the rules early. They fucked up early enough in their age where they could recover. These motherfuckers, well, Jay-Z better than Trump because Jay-Z's in his whatever the fuck ages he's in, and Trump is like at least 20 years older. And I'm almost 40, so I'm like, these motherfuckers at least, they got 15, 20 years on me at least. So I think I'm okay.
I mean, first of all,
are you hold on, Trip? I got a question. Are you against free market capitalism?
No, I'm not. That wasn't my point.
Well, it sounds like that's your point.
That wasn't my point. My point is
No. There's so much to discuss. I think that we gotta stop thinking narrow-mindedly and think like big picture, right? Like I think
it's like saying Jay-Z and Donald Trump started off on equal footing.
No,
and,
of course
they ended up where they are in
never
business.
said that. I don't know where you say it's like.
Most black athletes don't start off on equal footing as white athletes.
Said that.
I'm not saying you said that, but we just have to be realistic about what we're talking about. Where it has evolved DI to woke to all these terms that are really code words for negative stereotypes against black people. We really have to break them down. Because to be honest, because I'm gonna ask y'all a very important question. What is the richest and most powerful country in the world?
I'm still trying to answer the last question.
It's the United States. What is the most diverse country in the world?
China.
The United States.
Are you sure about that?
The richest and most powerful companies in the world. Let's say Apple, right?
The United States.
The richest and most has DI. The top three.
The richest country is not the United States, though.
It is. What are you talking
Per
about? By
capita
far.
is not the United States. But what I'm saying is,
Who is the richest company? King Khufu?
I think it's if I'm not mistaken, it's a country called what is that country called? It's a small country like in the Netherlands, but it's nestled in the Netherlands region.
Bro, go get on your Googles, bro. You gotta relax.
Exactly, that's what I'm telling you. Go
you
Google.
gotta
It's not the United
you
States.
gotta
What I'm
relax.
saying is,
United States is the richest and
Jay-Z
most
and
powerful
Donald Trump
country on earth.
had one question asked. They both got the one question. It's like, what's in it for them? Like everything they're doing, they have to get something in return for them to do it in the first place. So that's why I think they're all capitalizing on what they're doing now. So
He's
even
a capitalist.
they're
He
all
never
capitalists.
said he wasn't a capitalist.
Right, they're all capitalists.
Everybody on this call is a capitalist, so I'm not gonna.
I agree with you.
I'm not gonna.
Hold on. Actually, King Khufu is right. Is Luxembourg is the wealthiest country in the world?
No, it is not.
Luxembourg.
No, the fuck it's
Thank
not.
you.
It might be per capita.
Right. So you just
but
lost
who,
that.
the richest and most powerful country. Did you look up the word per
all the
capita?
millionaires send their money to Luxembourg because they're a tax haven. They're a tax haven.
I'm pretty sure it has per capita in it.
He just said it. Luxembourg. I said it was in the Netherlands.
Luxembourg has no fucking GDP. They cannot be the richest country. The country.
I mean,
they are. Whether you like it or not, they are.
Luxembourg is considered the richest country in the world. I mean, it is what it is. That's what it is.
Jesus Christ, man! Like liberals. God damn it!
To be honest with you, though, I mean, we're arguing over like semantics. Like, I get what you're saying, Cosby. The United States is that shit. Like, it doesn't get no better.
Yeah,
I agree.
And we
We'll
are the richest.
Little minor
Yeah,
details.
but the point is, we're the richest and most powerful country, and we're the most diverse country. Our diversity is one of our strengths.
I don't know.
It's debatable, but okay.
I mean, like, we are culture. Like, what allowed America to be strong? They had niggas build up the country. They had immigrants from every culture and country come here. They had the indigenous. Like, we are the melting pot, and we became the biggest, strongest, most diverse country on earth. Like,
I agree because the mechanisms that we put in place make us the most powerful country in the world, right? But as far as the richest, we're not. But the mechanisms make us that way. And plus, I'll
crush this little weak ass semantic argument. So if all of the billionaires that are from the United States and made their money in the United States took their money out of the banks in Luxembourg right now, would Luxembourg be the richest country?
Yeah, it would.
Still could be because there's still.
No, it wouldn't be.
Hold on.
the top 10 richest people in the world, 8 of them are from the United States.
They also keep gold there, just FYI. Just FYI.
Whose gold? Is it Luxembourg's gold?
You got to remember, though, that money is not distributed by these wealthy people in one place. So while Luxembourg may have all these finances, there's money spread out in other places.
I totally agree.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at their GDP, their GDP is phenomenal. Like as opposed to our GDP, we're in debt.
Yeah, no, the United States. We lost all type
we
of
have a
rule.
deficit.
The only thing the United States has going for us right now, if we could keep it up, is the military.
Sir, we're 32
at a very like normal level. I don't even want to say elite. And I got blood in the military, so I'm like, man, we gotta step it up over here in America.
So back in the 70s and 60s and 80s, we were leading in GDP, but now we're far behind. We're like 30 something or 50 something in GDP now. So we're not the
GDP as in far as in what? Like I mean, I know GDP means gross domestic products, but like actual products or services.
We don't produce shit.
We don't do anything. We don't produce anything.
we used to produce oil until Biden shut that down, but now we don't produce shit.
You know what we produce? We produce.
Hey, y'all sound dumb as hell, boy.
Do you know what we produce?
We got the highest oil production in the world. Our oil
No, we
production
don't.
is bigger than this. It's higher than Saudi Arabia's right now, bro.
No, it's not.
You know what we produce?
Coons. Well, raccoons trying to get on our back porch. Mama just chasing mom from the broom.
Not raccoons, you idiot niggas.
That's what we
our
produce.
domestic oil production.
We produce niggas. That's what we produce.
Norman, oh my goodness. You
And
know, I just say something real fast?
And I just looked that shit up. That shit definitely say per capita.
Okay.
Do you
Go ahead,
know
go
what
ahead,
capita means?
Go ahead, Cassandra. What were you saying?
No. Well, I lost my train of thought.
I'm not saying America's not great. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying we're not as great as we think we are, even though we should
Oh,
be.
no, at all. We are so behind. We are a third world country.
Like if you go to Japan, right? Japan has trains that levitate off the rails. They have they don't even have trash on the fucking floor. You know what I mean? And we bomb these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? We bombed them in Hiroshima. Like
Why you think they like that? Because we bombed them. They was like, "No, these motherfuckers not gonna bomb us again."
Right.
Do you think that Japan is where they're at because they were like, okay,
what I'm saying is
they learned some shit and they did some shit. That's all I hear.
No, what I'm saying
America
is
did some shit. Japan said, "Nah, let's fuck that shit. Make sure we don't have that shit no more." And they good. All Americans are trying to go to Japan.
My point is, you have other countries that are developing faster and more technologies. That even though we should be developing these technologies, because we have the dollar as the world's reserve currency. So if that's the reserve currency, we should have the money to finance all types of technology.
Right. You know I'm going to say something that probably everyone on here is probably going to hate me about. America is exactly the dumbest country in the motherfucking world. I'm going to tell you why. Not because us on here are stupid or uneducated or don't know. The majority of America is fucking ignorant. They don't have any basic skills, any basic learning skill. They don't have like, have you read the statistics on education? Even if they're from public schools, like even if they were from private schools, right? Like and that's the main issue with America is that like, all right, these people get to have this and these people don't get to have it or gotta struggle for it. Every world in the country has rules and regulations in place where the fuck the laws are.
But
to make sure everyone has access.
Hold on. I gotta stop you there. We're not communists. So unfortunately, that's the game you have to play. That's what you have
Right. That's not my argument though, Norman. That's not my argument. I'm well aware of what the fuck we are here in this country. But what I'm saying is the ignorance, right? When you believe shit that celebrities say or
you're there.
That's what I'm saying, right? So when you don't have that basic knowledge and just basic like common sense, and common sense is not common anymore in this country. Oh my God. I'm so grateful that I have my 4 children and good luck with y'all if y'all interact with them. I say that all the time because they little mini-me's. Don't fuck with my children or anyone who they fuck with. The point is there's so much ignorance in this country that any celebrity or person that's in a high figure place or public figure place can say the most absurd thing, something that's so super untrue. And because you're a dumb motherfucker who is ignorant, doesn't read, doesn't keep up, doesn't have their own self-awareness or level of self-awareness, awareness of other people's struggles and things, you won't fall for that shit.
Here's why countries are so advanced and why America is not so advanced.
I'm not saying we're not advanced, but we got a lot of motherfuckers and we're not first world, we're third world.
No, we're not advanced.
Our country is struggling. We need to keep back up because for once at a time, I think in the 90s, we were in a good place.
America is absolutely advanced. It's just only a certain percentage of the population gets to take advantage of the advancement.
And I think that millennials,
the problem is it's like you said, we're a celebrity obsessed culture at this point. So we get all our information from celebrity sources.
But millennials, we're not like that. I think everyone is
the problem that both of you are making that America has no culture. That's the problem both of you are making. So the reason why countries are so advanced because they have a culture and they follow that culture. So for instance, America, right? America doesn't have a national language. Other countries have a national language, which breeds culture. We don't have that. We have a culture that's fractured into this and that and this and that. But we don't, like for instance, when I was growing up, we all pledged allegiance to the flag, right? That breeds patriotism. That breeds
the American language is English. What are you talking about?
But it's not the official language of America. That's not what you're understanding.
Yes, the fuck it is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. It's okay. Let him finish.
What's the official language of America?
That's the problem. People don't understand the fucking country that we're in. They don't understand the country we're in, so they make claims like he just made and think that we're all supposed to go along with it. That's not the case. You don't even know what country we're in. Let them know what kind of government we stand for. So that's not that, and that breeds culture. And when you don't know that, we're all fractured, and with stuff we don't know.
America does
But I
have
think
culture.
that prior
You know,
to like voting for a president, I
I
think
can
everyone needs to
I
know
could
that
explain to you
since you failed the
America's
first
culture
time,
right
since you
now.
failed the first time, hold on. Since you failed the first time, go to Google.
I muted everybody. Let's do this one at a time. We don't want to get too distorted. Let's let Kufu finish his point. We'll move on to Cohen, then we'll go to you, Cassandra.
So countries don't have a culture. They have an official language, which America does not have an official language, which we were trying to establish one, but that failed in I think the 50s and 60s, right?
You said a national language.
We don't have an official language. That's why you have every form you have, they have this language, that language, this language, because we don't have an official language in America. So that breeds culture.
So to clarify, Kufu, you're saying you're comparing us to maybe England. They speak English. Spain speaks Spanish.
Right.
French speaks French. Okay, that's true. But then if you look at a country like China, they speak Mandarin.
Right, but their official language is Mandarin for the culture. So if you go to the
but our official language is English.
Right, but if you go to China, what is their official language? It's Mandarin, right? So if you go any part of China, they may speak whatever dialect they may speak, but if you speak Mandarin, they understand because that's the official language of China. Period.
Yeah, so but the official language, while the official language of China may be Mandarin, there are 13 different dialects.
I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is you go to any of those
point?
dialects.
Right, what is your point?
Because that's the common freckling of the country. We don't have that here. We don't have that here.
We do, because
it's hard for Americans to get on one page because we don't even speak the fucking same language.
Everybody speaks English and do business in the dollar. What the fuck are you talking about?
Every state and city, even in DC, like let's focus on DC. You know, an uptown girl from a southeast girl any day of the week. If you're, like from the city, right? And I'm not here or there, but what I'm saying is that yes, there is a differentiation in dialects. Because even in the English,
we don't bring patriotism in this country. We don't breed that here anymore. We stopped that back in the 90s and 80s. We stopped that. So as a result, we are now.
We stopped patriotism in the 90s. Yeah, pre 2001, 9/11.
We used to say the pledge of allegiance to the flag when I was elementary.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah. Right. No, you're right. I agree with that.
Yes,
but why? There was politics involved. That wasn't something that God said or Jesus said, hey, let's stop praying.
But what I'm saying, it breeds patriotism in the country. We don't have that anymore. And so now we're fractured into the country we have now because we don't have, everybody wants to go this way and that way. When really, if we were all patriots of the country, we really,
can I pause you really quickly?
Would be Republicans of the country.
Because I think we're the same age. Can you think about a point in your life where that shift was made? Because we didn't always feel like this. I think, or maybe we got older, we're more informed. I don't know. When did that shift happen for you? Because up until a certain age, I was like, all right, America, whatever.
Niggas seem pretty patriotic during the Olympics.
Who, me?
No, he's saying in general.
Niggas in general. You gotta give people
my
something to be. Niggas seem mad patriotic on 4th of July.
I love me some motherfucking fireworks. I'm not in celebration of like independence, but I'm gonna go watch some fireworks with my kids. Like,
right, I'm not saying you have to celebrate everything about America. What I'm saying is you should have a certain pride within your country that you're living in because you chose to live here. So you need to have a certain.
Did you choose to live here? Because I fucking choose to live here.
Well, you can leave. But you can leave, right? But you still chose to live here. So what I'm saying is if you chose to live here,
we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Okay. To answer your question, Cassandra, when did patriotism die, or when was the beginning of the death of patriotism? I would say in the mid to late 60s. The mid to late 60s, at the start of the civil rights movement, because that's when the communists got the upper hand and the little slight edge on the lock they needed to pick the whole lock that they call America. That's when the communists started to march in. The biggest problem that we have in America right now, and the biggest problem with patriotism, is that we have been taken over by communists, pretty much, in my opinion.
Socialism is communism.
I fully disagree.
Socialism is communism. If you don't know about
that makes a lot of sense.
Socialism is
you gotta
not
remember,
communism.
this country
So
was not
the funny part, y'all believe in certain socialism, like social welfare for corporations when we bail them out, right? Were you against the bank bailouts?
I was.
Right.
Were you against the
under a
auto
Democratic
bailouts?
president. That was under a Democratic president.
Were you against subsidies to oil companies? Are you against corporate welfare? Because we practice it. Y'all fuck with Elon Musk, right? All his businesses have been subsidized by your tax dollars. So
Under
a
Democratic
lot of
presidents.
these free market people are for corporate welfare.
Under
They
They're
don't
also
call
Democratic
it. They
presidents.
don't
educated
call
and
it.
know how to
So
play
hold
the
on, I'm not
law.
finished. They don't call it socialism when we give billionaires money to help start their
Under
companies
Democratic
Because
presidents.
or
laws are
subsidize
put
or
in place.
or
I'm
subsidize.
trying to learn
That
those
it's not
laws.
called
So
that.
let me
But
get
if
my
we're
head on them
talking
laws.
about Social Security, which lifted millions of Americans out of poverty at a time, the New Deal policies that were overwhelmingly popular that lifted millions of
I mean, most
Americans
people think
out
that
of
Roosevelt
poverty.
was a communist. A lot of people think that he was a communist. So I mean,
So would you be against the New Deal policies that were fabulously successful?
I mean, they're failing now.
Right. I'm about to say, how would they probably be successful? What are we talking about?
So
Companies left.
lifting multiple generations out of poverty, giving people a social safety net that millions of people take advantage of to this day, whether they have flaws in the system, it is currently working. Do you have any parents, relatives, people who are on Social Security that are surviving?
No, I don't.
Right. Me either. I don't.
But millions of Americans do.
I mean, that's fine. What
Right, but do you have any
that's a
specific
social. That's a
stories? Because
social
unless
construct,
I'm
right?
impacted by something, I hear other stories, and this might maybe you guys. I don't know.
You
I'm
hear
gonna
bad
put
stories
myself.
of people surviving on Social Security?
Yes, because I'm a first generation Latina. I'm the first person from
What's
my
what's
lineage.
bad have you heard about that?
You don't make it.
Hold
You
on.
don't get enough.
I'm the first one to be born and raised in this city or in America, period, right? Like
Me
from
too.
my mother.
Me too.
Right. So I'm born and raised in DC. She came here like 7 months pregnant of me. At what point was I supposed to learn capitalism, stuff that DC public schools don't teach you?
I mean,
I'm over here as an
if you
adult.
pay attention to DC history, it teach you some of that stuff. But
No, sir. No, sir.
my point being,
Even if they did, it's just
capitalism as it is today is not the form of capitalism that we even practiced in the 60s and 70s. We have graduated to the point of oligarchy. Once
all right.
once
So
the
I want you
once
to
the
focus
wealth
that
gap
conversation to the current
between the middle
stage.
class, the lower class, and the rich class or the property owning class or the business owning class gets to a certain level, we have outpaced what capitalism was intended. Now, capitalism is always going to have its positives and ills. Like you got to
Well,
have a permanent underclass for capitalism to function properly.
You got to remember
let's
at a
understand.
You
certain
have
point,
to you have
Capitalism
to
at its
have
base is supply and demand.
but you have to like I'm not against capitalism, but I'm against oligarchy. I'm against
What, monopolies?
definitely against monopolies because then it's not capitalism anymore. If people are picking winners and losers, if the government is
That's still
helping
capitalism.
to pick winners and losers, it's not really capitalism.
Okay, can I say
Right?
who do
this?
you
It's
elect to
crony
be the
capitalism.
government, though?
And right now,
Hold
yeah.
on. Under socialism, though, the government definitely picks the winners and losers. Like,
Definitely, 100%.
Did I argue for socialism versus capitalism?
no,
I
you
was
That's what
arguing
that's what
I was
democracy
arguing
is.
our current form of
But
capitalism is
that's what
unsustainable.
democracy is. That's what you're fighting for. Democracy is socialism, and what eventually your socialism
Democracy is not
your socialism
socialism.
will beat into communism, which eventually beat into Marxism. I don't think y'all understand that part.
No, you just made up some
There's
asinine
nothing made
comparison,
up. It
bro.
happened in
Democracy
China.
is
That's what China
the
is now.
literally democracy has existed thousands of years
All
before
democracies
America.
around the world and current civilizations are failing. What are you talking about? All democracies are failing. Period.
Yeah,
So what?
and I'm not
So hold on.
completely on both
Venezuela,
sides. I just
So
want to
hold
hear
no.
something
No,
that
Venezuela.
he just
You have
hold on. He
China,
just
who's
said some more.
now a
He just
communist
said some
country.
more
You have
outrageous shit.
Russia.
So hold on. Just look. No. You just said some wild, dumbass, outrageous shit. So Canada is failing. Just name. I'm just gonna name a few democracies. Canada is failing.
Canada's definitely failing.
How is Canada failing? In any way, how is Canada failing?
Just like America's failing. Their currency is going down just like ours is going down.
No, you said So currencies fluctuate. You said failing, like we talking Venezuela or
The country's
That's the
Cuba
shit.
first
or
step,
something
though.
like that. We said you're saying democracies are failing.
Here's the
What
Democracy.
about
difference.
What about Luxembourg? That's a democracy.
Hold on,
What
hold on, hold on.
about
Also not doing well.
any Eastern European country? They're all democracies.
Hence the European
Name
Union.
one. The
Hence the
Netherlands.
European Union, which the European Union is failing
Fucking.
as a whole, which they made a one currency, which failed also. What the
But
fuck
no,
are you talking about?
but the countries are not failing. What are you talking
Dude,
about?
the countries are run by the
So what's hold on. So
countries are
what's your
run by the
hold on?
currency, and the
Maybe
country is
I
the
just
euro.
don't.
The euro is failing.
Maybe I'm crazy.
You are
What's your definition of a failing country?
currency. The currency. Go by
Anyone
the
in
currency.
debt, any country in debt,
Thank you.
trillions of dollars.
Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, man?
So if the country currency fluctuates, that means they're a failing country.
They're not the standard currency of the world. They have the euro.
You live in
The
America,
euro's
right?
failing.
The
euro's failing.
inflation, all these things. What?
So I just want to get this
That's
on
why
record.
hits
No,
Brexit and
I just
all
want to
that
get it.
bullshit that's happening now. Like,
I like,
are you paying attention?
I'm just one of those people that I like to get things on record. So
I hope so.
your definition of a failing country if their currency dips.
What's happening to our currency?
Time out. Hold on. The currency didn't just dip, okay? It's tanking. Like, it's on a downward trend, and it hasn't dipped up
right
in a while. I will say that. $32 trillion in debt is a downward spiral.
Like, come on, man. This is why the BRICS.
So
thing
is our economy measured by debt or the stock market?
Either one is failing.
It's actually both. It's actually a great example of supply and demand.
Yeah, and the stock market is international.
But when they talk about economic, so let me rephrase it. When they talk,
my bad. Go ahead. Say that again.
When they talk about economic health in this country, do they mention the debt or do they mention our stock market?
Well, they mention the stock market because they don't want to mention the debt.
Right.
Because the debt is irrelevant.
Is it though?
Bro?
The debt is only relevant in America when it's time to raise the debt ceiling. That's the only time the debt is ever relevant in America. Because number one, unless overnight all of these other countries, which they're trying to do slowly, but it's years off, and we'll probably blow a bunch of shit up before this happened to subvert it. Unless a bunch of other countries start doing business in other currencies other than the dollar on mass on scale, unless other countries pass us militarily, all this little debt shit you're talking about, it does not matter. Our economic strength is measured. Our economic strength is measured by the stock market.
I just said
when they say if we're talking about, they're talking about GDP and the stock market.
But
they don't never talk about debt when it comes to
domestic
financial health.
The stock market is our own domestic situation. It only matters here. It doesn't matter. Our stock market doesn't fucking matter in Russia. Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. What are you talking about? All stock markets are linked together,
bro.
In every major country, all stock markets are linked together. Hold on. When the Nikkei, when they went through an economic real estate crash in China, because all the real estate speculation, it absolutely affected our stock market. When we went into an economic depression, other countries, their shit crashed. What are you talking about? They're all like London and U.S. stock market are inexplicably linked.
So when I say BRICS, right? So Russia, Brazil, South Africa, and all the other countries, a couple other countries, have started their own currency. So when I say you base the countries on their currency, we're fucked.
Starting and doing business in other currencies is two different things. Now they're absolutely working to subvert the U.S. economic power.
It will happen,
and it's the reason why, because we're the most economically powerful. Because everything, the majority of shit is traded in dollars.
Every 100 years,
economically powerful.
Every 100 years, there's a new currency, and they're working on their new currency now. So what I'm telling you is, these other countries, they get more advanced than we think they are. And while we're here debating these little bullshit issues, they're out here trying to fuck us over.
Yes.
I don't think you understand that. And here, and you have a
We
president
like shit. We about to get
I hate to go to segue, but you have a president who doesn't understand that part, and you have a incoming president who used to, I guess, who was kind of subvert that a little bit.
Incoming? Who are you talking about?
I don't think liberals.
What are you talking about?
Donald Trump was subverting that. They had no.
Y'all talking a bunch of hoo-ha, bro. We still got the big dollar and the big stick. All that other bullshit don't matter.
When Donald Trump was in office, they had no inclination to try to form that new currency. Until Biden got in office is when they're trying to implement that new currency. I don't think you understand.
Bro, you're pulling shit out of your ass.
They've
been working.
Bro,
the BRICS
go to Google for the third time or something.
The BRICS countries have been working on. First, they were working on the BRICS Union while Trump was in office. They formed the BRICS while Trump was president.
That's false. That's false. Hold on, I'm gonna let you go, Cosby. That's false. They formed it under Obama. That was under Obama.
Well, they were working under the currency under Trump.
So here's the thing. I'd like to answer some of these questions. When it comes to the whole,
don't got the answers, Sway.
When it comes to the whole situation, and I agree with what Kufu was saying, especially in regards to Trump trying to subvert it. For instance, the other night when Trump was talking about the tariffs, right? The tariffs that Trump placed on China were actually helping us.
Thank you.
Because when it does two things, when you tax China to do business in America, it also helps our economy. For instance, Trump put a tariff on Chinese steel, right? China been selling us steel for the longest. Now, what does that do? Once Trump put that tariff on Chinese steel, that boosted the stock of U.S. steel.
Yep.
And that boosted the production of U.S. steel. So now when you have a boosted production of U.S. steel, you have a boosted production of jobs, and you have a term that we used earlier, gross domestic product. That helps shit like that. So we can't keep walking around. And another thing you said, Cohen, we have the big stick and, we got the big dollar, this and that. Bro, we are failing every day. Under Joe Biden, this was a few months ago, Saudi Arabia, for the first time in 50 years, has given up the petrodollar. If you don't know about the term petrodollar, that's what we were. We were the petrodollar because you couldn't buy Saudi Arabian oil without using the U.S. dollar. Saudi Arabia has dropped us.
Yep.
We no longer have that.
So yeah, it's hard to maintain empire.
Bro, we've had it for 60 years, bro.
Right. What the fuck are you talking about?
So
as soon as this idiot gets in office, it's gone.
So actually, you got to look at the actual trend of what's going on in the.
I got one more thing to say, and then you got. I got one more thing to say.
Why would they continue? Hold on, no. Why would they continue to trade in fossil fuels if the world is moving off of fossil fuels?
Are you smoking crack?
Man. Cook this nigga, man.
Bro, man. You just said the world. You said the world is moving off of fossil fuels. Is that what you just
moving
said?
off of fossil fuels? By the actual investment of these governments, have you looked at what the Saudi Arabian, the Qatari, all these what their sovereign wealth funds are investing in? Have either one of y'all looked this up before?
Have you looked at the Paris Accord? Have you looked at that?
No, answer my question. Do you know what? So the majority of the petrodollars go into the sovereign wealth fund. Do you know what these majority oil producing countries are investing in with their sovereign wealth funds?
You just contradict yourself. Oil producing countries. You just whatever, man.
We're talking about Saudi Arabia.
What is it? Tell us what it is. Tell us what it is.
So they're investing their petrodollars into green projects, into green cities, into tourist attractions because they understand the world is moving away from fossil fuels because these resources are finite.
Define green. What kind of energy are you using with green?
Are you familiar with the Line City that Saudi Arabia is building?
Answer the question. What type of energy?
I know the amount of energy that goes into produce green. But I'm talking about
energy.
So hold on. You're doing the basic Republican. How many oil to it does? Hold on. Are you gonna let me finish? Or are you going to keep jumping in? I'm out to answer. You keep jumping in because the trick is you try to ask a question without context. So the context is just like in America, how much oil production or how much energy it takes to produce green energy. The type of projects they're building are energy sustainable projects. So that's what.
Fam, hold on real quick. You said oil producing. You said everybody's headed towards green energy. I asked you, what is green energy?
No, well, sustainable. So I'll change sustainable energy.
What is sustainable energy? What type of
wind, solar, water?
Do you know what you need to produce those things?
To build them, but after they built, do you still need that?
You can't run any of those things without petroleum. You cannot.
Oil producing country.
So hold on. So after a solar panel is built, what petroleum do you need to run it?
Jesus Christ! What is this guy? What do you got, Mo?
So the solar panel still powers what, Cohen?
No, you still just wait. Hold on, no.
It still runs off of what? It still runs off of what? What does it run off of? Solar
no.
runs off the grid.
No. Let's wind him on back. After a solar panel is built, where's petroleum in that process?
How is it built, man?
After a solar panel is built, where is petroleum in that process?
After a solar panel is built, petroleum is still in the process because the solar power is still powering the grid. And the grid still runs off petroleum.
Not advanced power grids don't run off petroleum.
Yes, they do, bro.
Rudiment, like our initial still have gas within, and then it might not even be petroleum. It could be natural gas.
So look, I'd like to further. I'd like to.
You need to do some more research.
No, hold on. I'd like to expand on my point. Right. Another thing that Trump was talking about in the debate that people gloss over and don't pay attention to. Okay. Speaking of the richest countries and oil producing countries. Okay. When the very first thing that Biden did, day one in office, right? Biden cut off the XL pipeline, which is a pipeline of oil that would have gave us more production power in the United States. And
did not.
He did.
Yeah, that's false.
Not finished.
But why did he do that?
Hold on, I'm not finished. Then this idiot went and approved Nord Stream 2. Do you know what Nord Stream 2 is?
Natural gas pipeline to Russia.
No, it's a pipeline from Russia all the way through fucking the European Union. Yeah, Germany, I'm sorry. European Union that basically gives Russia all the oil production power damn near in the world. So when we cut off our pipeline, Biden cuts off the pipeline, and what does Putin do next? Putin moves in on Ukraine.
Easy.
Putin moves in on Ukraine. So now we've got to protect Ukraine and still buy oil from Russia.
That's absolutely false. So first of all, the Nord Stream pipeline pumps.
It's a statement.
First of all, the Nord Stream pipeline pumps natural gas, it's not oil. So second of all, the European Union was for that being built because they wanted all the cheap energy from Russia. So if you go back and look at it, all the European Union countries were for the pipeline. Our allies were for the pipeline. That's why he did it. Our allies were not against the pipeline.
So another thing I like about Trump, when Trump was in office, he put them idiots in NATO in check. He said, "We're going to stop."
Hold on. So we didn't address something else you lied about. So also the Keystone XL pipeline would not increase American oil production. It was actually tar sands. It's actually tar sands right now. So hold on, listen, because you don't know what you're talking about. So it's tar sands oil coming from Canada being pumped through the U.S. to refineries in the Gulf and to be shipped and sold out to other countries. That's what the Keystone XL pipeline was for. It had nothing to do with domestic production.
You got to be fucking retarded if you think. First of all, Alaska is in the United States.
It's not coming from Alaska.
Yes, it is
from Alaska. What are you talking about?
It was not. It was coming from Canada.
No, it starts in Alaska, bro.
Go to Google again for the fourth time.
I'm pretty familiar with this. Let's Google it. I'm going to Google it and read it.
Second question. What in the hell makes you think even if the pipeline started in Canada, right? What makes you think we're going to let Canada put a pipeline through the United States and we're not making money off the production?
Well, it was some oil company. It was some oil companies making money from it. The U.S. was not benefiting from it.
Yes, we
That's
were.
why
It was
he
a
cut it
government.
off.
It's a government project, and of course, the oil companies make money off of it because that's what oil companies do.
But the danger of the pipeline versus the money that was going to make wasn't worth it. The
Man.
environmental disaster that would have caused if the pipeline was to spill. That's why they cut it off.
Risk is better than the
y'all gotta realize
risk.
sometimes the health of your people in the country, capitalism doesn't supersede that as much as sometimes you would like it to.
You're smoking crack, man.
So you mean to tell me we give up all that production power to Russia because a couple of Native Americans are complaining about the drinking water? Okay.
It's like so Russia.
It's not just Native Americans. Do you know the pipeline went across the whole contiguous United States?
People who complained and allegedly got it shut down were some Native American tribe that was complaining about it might be affecting their drinking water.
Or going through their land.
So killing Native people for an oil pipeline is cool with you.
This is America, bro.
So, the pipeline was built by the Trans-Canada Corporation.
Oh shit!
So Trans-Canada will be the one that would have reaped the most benefits from it. A foreign country.
They can build their portion of it until they reaches America, but after that, it's ours. I mean, it's
ours, not, bro. It never belongs to. No, it's not how it works.
Do you honestly think that the United States government is going to let a Canadian oil company put a pipeline majority through our country,
right,
the biggest piece of land there, and not be making the most money off of it?
Like, come on, man. Really?
If they bribe him enough, yes.
No, it's not bribing.
Here's the problem: we don't even have to go.
Absolutely,
we don't even have to cross Canada. We still have a Canadian. We can still go around Canada and go through our land. We don't even have to go through Canada. It's just easier.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It is.
They have to refine the oil in Texas. It's a pipeline from Canada through the U.S. down to the Gulf, and they're refining. Another reason why they didn't do the project because it's tar sands oil. Tar sands oil is the most toxic, form of crude oil, and it's the hardest to clean up if it spills. So something was to crash into the pipeline or something hit the pipeline. It would be legal.
Fellas, I'm gonna mute y'all both because y'all both talking at the same time. I can't hear either one of you. I'm gonna go with Kufu, and Cosby, you respond.
So the reason
we're gonna go with Kufu. Y'all were both talking at the same time. So go Kufu, go first, then Cosby, you respond.
All I'm saying is it's easier to go through Canada. We don't have to go through Canada. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Cosby, what were you saying?
It was a Canadian company that proposed the project and partnered with the U.S. oil company. The reason why they vetoed it because it's tar sands oil. Number one, tar sands oil is the most toxic and crude form of oil. That's why they have to ship it all the way to Texas to refine it because they don't even have the refining capabilities in Canada to do it. The government won't even let them refine that type of oil up there because of its level of toxicity. So the reason why they don't want it running through native lands or people's lands or streams and waters because if the pipeline spills, that's one of the most toxic and hardest forms of oil to clean up. So risk versus reward, the reward was nowhere as important as the risk that pipeline caused or posed to human life and nature and civilization.
So it was approved until Biden shut it down. I don't know what to tell you.
They shut it down for a reason. Like it didn't make sense. They like, the U.S. isn't. So our gross domestic product would not go up based upon that pipeline. We would get a cut of money off the deal, but we're taking all of the risk by running a tar sands oil pipeline through the middle of our country to Texas to be shipped off and sold on the open market. It wasn't even going to be used in the U.S.
Here's the problem. I don't think you're understanding, right? Let's say, so the oil is in Alaska. Let's just be clear about that, right?
It's not in Alaska. It started in Alberta, Canada.
Indulge me, right?
But if you start off with a false premise, whatever you say after that won't make sense.
Look it up again for the 5th time. Go to Google, look it up. So the oil is in Alaska, right? Let's say the oil is 100% ours. Let's say we have to run it through Canada, right? So let's say we give Canada 20% of that oil, or 20% of the cut we get from that oil, right? There's 80% of that oil or money still coming through America for us to refine it and ship it out to Americans or other countries. That's still going to boost our GDP and lower taxes and inflation, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't think you're understanding.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but it's from the company is Trans Canada, not Trans Alaska.
It starts in Alberta, Canada. It starts in Alberta, Canada.
But the company may be helping set up the pipeline, but the government of Canada is controlling that section of pipeline. Let's be clear about that. It's not the company that's helping build the pipeline is controlling the pipeline that's in Canada. So they'll do their part and they're out of it. That's it. Period. So we'll still give Canada their due cut from whatever we get from Alaska, and the rest is ours.
Bro, the
rest is ours.
Oil was not meant for the U.S. It was going to be sold on the international market
by us.
No, by Trans Canada.
I don't think you understand that. By us, Americans.
The corporation who own the pipeline is called Trans Canada. So I mean, that's a cool hypothetical, but the actual fact that it's a Canadian company that owns the pipeline. The name is Trans Canada.
So
and the oil starts from Canada.
I mean, once again, do you not think that a pipeline running through the United States is not going to benefit the United States greatly? It's not going to bring jobs. It's not going to bring it's not going to get us cheaper gas prices. It's not going to make us more money because we're producing the oil that we're selling off. You don't think that's the case?
And I want to put one more thing.
Trans Canada would benefit more than us. I'm saying the risk. I'm saying the risk was not worth the reward. That's why they stopped the pipeline.
I want to put one more thing in your head, right, before we end the point, right? Here's the thing, right? So I'll indulge your point. Let's say that company owns the pipeline in Canada, right? Here's the problem that you don't understand. That's just a company. The government can make their own pipeline, diverting around or away from that personal pipeline that they have. So either way you look at it, they can be cut out the deal permanently.
No, you're talking about is communism. That means you'll be nationalizing. That means you'll be nationalizing the oil supply. That's not communism.
It's already
America.
They're already
oil
a
supply is not nationalized.
But them being in the process is just a courtesy. This should be.
Do you know you just described communism?
Canada is a democracy.
So how could they cut into the pipeline? That's a
Canada
company owns the pipeline.
A democracy. They can do that.
So how would your scenario exist in a democracy?
I just literally just told you they can just divert.
That would be communism.
They can make their own pipeline. They can make their own pipeline to America, completely cutting out whatever company has their own fucking pipeline.
Why didn't they do it?
Them being the process, like I just said, is a courtesy because you already have the infrastructure. We're just going to include you because you already have the infrastructure. So you're basically
the company.
Okay,
a private company built the infrastructure and created the project and funded the project. And the reason why they could not refine that said oil in Canada because their environmental regulations said that oil is too toxic and too dirty.
That's why they can't refine shit. It's American oil.
So we can wrap this up. The bottom line
is not American oil, bro.
Hold on.
What are you talking about? The pipeline starts in Canada, owned by a Canadian corporation.
But the oil is coming from Alaska. I don't think you understand. The oil is coming from Alaska.
They're coming from both places, so I think that both of you are talking about
it's not. It's not both. It's literally the company's name, Trans Canada. The oil starts in Alberta and goes to America.
Canada.
Wait,
Norm, can you give me a second? Can I try something real fast? Okay, Mr. Cosby Digital. Your argument is that the oil is coming from Canada, Alberta, Canada, to be more specific. And your argument is that without that oil going around Alaska, as Mr. Kufu has said, what is your point again? Because what I'm gathering is that no, wait, I know you're laughing.
My point. I'll refresh my point to you that
no.
the
Let me
TransCanada
refresh.
owns the
Wait.
pipeline,
Let me
and that
refresh the
oil was to
point,
be
and then you
sold on the
clarify what I
international
didn't get.
market, and U.S.
No, you're
oil
not.
companies would get a cut of that money for helping facilitate the transfer of the oil from Canada to Texas to be refined. But when the Biden administration evaluated the risk
I hear
versus reward
everything
of
you're
that
saying,
pipeline, they deemed it
sir.
too
Mr.
risky and too
Digital.
environmental impactful
Oh my
to
God, you're talking.
continue
No
the
one's gathering
project,
anything.
so they discontinued the project.
Mr. Digital.
Okay, go ahead, Cassandra.
I wanna go back and check you on a few points, right? And not to check you. I'm not,
Yeah,
that's
because you don't know what you're talking about either.
okay, that's your opinion. That's fine. I want to get some more information from you as to why you think what you're saying is fine, despite what you haven't heard from me, just me asking you questions and you saying here, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to get some clarification. But at this point, if you're going to be disrespectful, homeboy, keep ranting because.
That wasn't a rant. I just gave you the full clarification of
Well,
why
I
they
didn't get
killed the
it because
project
I was trying
and
to
why
ask
I
you
agree with
questions
them
in
killing the
between.
project.
I
And
was
you was
trying
talking
to,
about Alaska. I don't understand.
but that's what you brought up.
I didn't bring up
Well, you're
Alaska.
not
That was
understanding
Kufu.
because you're talking too much and you're not ready to hear questions.
Okay, ask your question. I'm sorry. I didn't
Well,
mean to
at this
disrespect
point,
you.
I
You
lost
can
all
ask
my
your question.
questions. I've been trying to ask questions for like the last 2 minutes. So
It's
at
all
this
good.
point, I'm done.
It's all good. I mean, so I'll just say this to wrap this up on the whole oil thing. Even if you look at the Nord Stream pipeline, right? People say it's owned by Russia. Technically, it's not owned by Russia. It's owned by some different company. But the thing is, it goes to Russia's benefit because Russia, in essence, controls the situation, just like the U.S. would control the oil that's being pumped through the country, right? And in turn, it ends up benefiting the U.S. If the U.S. government controls and regulates how that oil flows, and the U.S. oil companies benefit directly from it, that's going to give us cheaper prices. That's going to give us cheaper prices for our oil in the U.S. Second, the same thing when you look at Nord Stream, right? The Nord Stream pipeline goes from Russia to Germany. Russia, technically the country, doesn't own the pipeline, but they control and regulate how that pipeline operates because it's on Russian soil, right? That gives Russia a whole lot of leeway in their part of the world because they're controlling literally the oil flow from Eastern Europe all the way to Western Europe. And now with us not having the XL pipeline and with us losing our deals in Saudi Arabia, now we're more heavily dependent on who? Russia and maybe even Iran, two people who we are in direct conflict with. So while yes,
false.
Who said false?
I did.
That's not false. That's true.
Do you know what the American output of oil is right now compared to all the other countries?
I don't know off the top of my head. No,
it's higher than those countries.
It may be higher than those countries, but
we wouldn't have to. The reason why we increased our oil production to where it is now because after we went through COVID and we went through certain situations, we realized our supply chain could be cut off at any time. So our country decided to go into overdrive into producing oil. So we produce more oil than all those countries you just named.
So let me slow you down.
Are you currently in school?
Hold on, real quick, Cassandra. Hold up, real quick, because I can answer that question. So the reason that we're producing more oil right now, that's something that the Biden administration just had to get going because of all the shit we lost from the XL pipeline. That's a desperation move on the Biden.
That is absolutely false. That XL pipeline oil is not owned by us. So that has nothing to do with us. domestic oil production did not come from that pipeline at all.
The oil in the Nord Stream pipeline is not technically owned by Russia, but it's
not oil, it's natural gas.
It is controlled by Russia, though.
So do you know Russia would go to war over losing the control of that pipeline, and Europe is not trying to go to war with Russia over the pipeline when the pipeline benefits them during the winter getting cheaper gas. If we would have tried to cut that pipeline off, Eastern Europe would have been fucked up during the wintertime.
You got to stop because NATO is literally in a proxy war with Russia right now.
But even being in a proxy war, you still got to understand, like, it's soft war, hard war, and like all out war. It's still a soft war.
You understand?
So if you're a soft war, it's certain things, it's certain red lines you don't cross.
The NATO countries, hold on. The NATO countries and the United States are currently funding Ukraine in a pointless war against Russia while simultaneously also buying barrels of oil from Russia at crazy prices. Do you understand how stupid that is?
No, if you understand geopolitical gamesmanship, our countries do it all the time. They will put on a good face and subvert you in other ways. America does it to countries all the time. So the reason why, even if they want to slowly try to crash the Russian economy and send it the way of the Soviet Union, because they're not trying to get into a direct, they're not trying to get into a direct armed conflict with a nuclear superpower. So you can't fight them head on. So you have to try to subvert them by subverting their economy, subverting their war power.
Russia could literally crush Ukraine right now if they wanted to. They are purposely slow walking the war because the U.S. is dumping all their money in Ukraine.
They are. They really
They're slow walking it.
You got
allied. You got to be.
So it's political gamesmanship. Just like
always.
Germany can't all out make an assault on Russia.
Everything is political.
Germany can't make an all out assault on Russia or Great Britain or France if they need the natural gas to heat their homes throughout the wintertime. Because food can say, oh, y'all on that shit? Cut the pipeline off, and y'all motherfuckers gonna freeze for the winter. They don't have an alternative right now, so they can't go against that particular pipeline.
Here's the thing. That's why I like Trump, because Trump told NATO to kiss our ass. Hold
on. What does that have to do with the current state of geopolitical affairs where they need Russian So what would happen if they cut off the pipeline? Where would Europe get their energy for that wintertime? Where would it come from?
They'd have to buy it from us.
So the thing
we don't produce enough natural gas.
Russia wants something. Here's the thing: Russia wants something. First, Russia's almost as powerful as the U.S. If they wanted to take over Ukraine, they can, without a doubt. If they really wanted to, right? So you got to think about it. They're just as powerful as the U.S. Why are they slow walking, taking over to Ukraine? It's because they want something.
First of all, they're not as powerful as us. Second of all, they are moving slow because it's a way they're not fighting an all-out war in Ukraine.
They have almost as many missiles as we do. They want to level Ukraine. They can.
They absolutely do not. They absolutely do not. They absolutely do not.
They have more than Ukraine. If they wanted Ukraine,
yeah, you said U.S. But their countries are not fighting all-out wars.
They're fighting all-out wars.
The two closest things to all-out wars is fucking Israel versus Palestine and fucking or in the Congo. Like that's the closest thing you got to an all-out war.
Russia are definitely all-out war. They're down. This shit's getting blown up. They're shooting each other. That's happening.
So it's the difference between this war and a all-out war, bro. It's like World War II, World War III, or World. Those are all-out.
How do you think it started, man? How do you think it started? It started between two countries. Then everybody else got involved.
Do you know the difference between what they're doing now and like World War II?
I hope you do.
Where they drafting niggas. It's the war machine. Like they're not at all-out war. Just not.
I don't think you understand what's about to happen here.
We're limiting even what we saying. Like you can use this, but you can't use that.
We're
You
living
can
in
shoot this here, but you can't
we're
shoot
on
that
the
there. You can
bro,
advance this far. You can't. When it's all out war, it ain't no what you can
we're
do
on
and what
the
you can't do.
precipice of World War III. I don't think you understand the geopolitical ramifications of what's happening right now. I think you're just talking opinion right now. The facts are you have one country, you have a superpower going up against a lower power who has allies. And eventually, if those allies really want to get involved, we have fucking World War III. All it takes is one little incident to spark that off. I don't think
who has argued against that?
You've been arguing against it for the past 30 minutes. What are you talking about?
I have not argued against what you just said. At no point.
All right.
That's why you can't fight an all-out war. Because if we just said fuck it, give Ukraine nukes.
They have an all-out
give
war
Ukraine
now.
long-range missiles. Everybody gonna jump in, then you start the war.
Like I said, you've been
that's
arguing.
That's the difference between the war that's fighting now and the all-out war. War
they
means
have an
what
all-out war
exactly.
now. They have an all-out war now, and the geopolitical ramifications we're talking about. We're fighting a proxy war with Ukraine against Russia. And all it takes is one little incident, and now we're in World War III. I don't think you're understanding what I'm talking about.
Here's what it's going to take, and we're going to wrap it up.
So a proxy, hold on, just on last point. A proxy war and an all-out war can't exist in the same.
We're fighting two
because
it's not because
they're two different things.
We're fighting two proxy wars now.
Yeah, so it's not all-out war, right?
Look, and here's the thing. Here's the last chess move.
Your mental, you can't. I know you like to do mental gymnastics to try to prove these fucking wild points, but go off, King.
The two countries that are fighting are an all-out war right now as we're talking this opinionated conversation. They're an all-out war now. That's the fact. So all it takes is one incident right now as we speak to put us in World War III. I don't think you're understanding the conversation we're having.
What would be that incident?
Anything. It can be anything. An attack on a U.S. soldier, an attack on a European soldier. It doesn't matter.
I thought they was at all-out war.
Any small incident will bring another country in the European Union into that war, and we have World War III. I don't think.
I thought they was at all-out war. So how could it take one little thing if they already had all-out war?
You're not understanding the conversation I'm having. The countries
I'm listening to you and just repeating about what you're saying.
You're just talking to reply. You're not listening to comprehend. The two countries that are at war now, Ukraine and Russia, are all-out war right now. They're killing each other, civilians and all, right now. They're in all-out war. All it takes is one neighboring country to get involved, or one soldier from those countries to get involved, and we have World War III. I don't think you understand the conversation we're having. You're just talking opinion, not comprehending.
I understand. So Ukraine is our proxy. We decide what they can do and what they can't do. If we pulled out support tomorrow, Ukraine would crumble.
But if a U.S. soldier gets killed,
they'll fold.
We're not the only ones.
They will fold like Donald Trump in the whorehouse.
We're not the only ones.
It would be over very quickly. So, but we have put parameters on what weapons they can use, how many they can use, how many bombs they can use. We have their parameters, so it's no way you can fight. It's no way you can fight an all-out war without even having the capabilities to do it. And Russia knows they're basically fighting us in a war. So it's certain things they won't do, lines they won't cross, because that would trigger us to get involved even further. So therefore, your concept of all-out war is not the case. They are fighting a soft war. This is our term of soft war. Like when you talk about all-out war, that's World War I, where that's Germany, U.S., Japan, U.S., that's Germany, Great Britain, where you bombing the whole motherfucking cities, you dropping bombs, you blowing everything the fuck off the map.
That's what they've been doing.
That's a all-out war. They
Russia
are not engaged in an all-out
war. The past 2 years, I don't think you've been paying attention,
fellas. Listen, I'm just gonna close it out with this.
We wasted time.
World War III will officially start if Kamala Harris becomes president. This is what's going to happen. You've got Iran and Israel basically on the brink of war.
Thank you.
You've got Russia and Ukraine in an all-out war right now, and all it's going to take is for this woman to become president, and then boom, China takes Taiwan. It's over with.
It's over.
It's over with,
bruh.
It's over with.
You want to see a world war, bruh?
So let's move on to the next. Let's move on to the next question. Was the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris fair?
No.
Mr. Kufu, I'll start with you.
No, I would say it's not fair because here's the one thing, right? So they're supposed to be very, I guess, drill down and fact check all the candidates' responses, whatever. They didn't.
They're actually not supposed to fact check them during.
They didn't, but they did though. That's the problem. They did, and unfortunately, it was only for one candidate. And number two is the initial question of the debate when they asked which Connie was better then or now. She completely avoided the question, and in a recent interview she had, she was asking the same question, like what is a whatever economy she said in the debate.
She used the same answer.
Yeah, she literally gave the same answer that she gave in the debate, like literally verbatim. I'm like, wow. And if people don't pick up on that, like you either blithering idiot or you just, I don't know. That was it.
Cassandra, did you see the debate?
I did not see the debate. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. But I caught some highlights. And Norman, I hear you're not a big Kamala fan, and I get all the reasons you're not. So I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise.
I want to see you try it though.
it would be interesting,
right?
I could try, but I don't think that would sway Norman's thoughts here or there. Not that it matters because Norman doesn't pay any of my motherfucking bills.
Could you indulge her, Norman? If you don't, could you indulge your trip if you don't mind?
I mean, look.
I know homeboy got a lot of million fucking thoughts, and I don't need to hear any of them because I know what they are.
Cosby, what do you got? Was the debate fair or not?
Yeah, it's fair.
I knew he was gonna say that.
I bet he would. Yeah.
So did both of them have an understanding in general of what the questions were going to be?
No.
No. The answer is no.
Yes. No. Yes. I would say yes because one answered the question. So here's the thing, right? What I tell people, right? If you were to take your feelings out of the debate and actually listen to what they were saying and the questions that were asked, one answered the question very succinctly. The other one did not answer the question. They very much went around the question to project whatever word salad or policies they had. So, for instance, one of the questions was,
sounds like a political person to me.
One of the questions was, what are you going to do about inflation, right? And most people didn't hear the answer that Donald Trump gave. And one of them was the XL pipeline, restoring the XL pipeline, which again will bring down inflation, right? But
okay, wait, can I pause you for a second? But even the XL pipeline, how many people is that going to impact positively?
I mean, that would impact. I mean, that would
impact corporations.
No. I know it's going to impact. I'm not saying it won't have an impact. Who will it impact?
Most of the midline of the United States. For one,
I'll say this real quick.
Was that?
I thought it was my turn.
I got you, but Kofi had a very interesting point, and I would like to actually show you guys something real quick.
No, I need to respond before you show anything.
No.
I need to respond because
your response is strong.
I have to respond to what Kofi said because it's important. It's important what he said that
he had a great
lies versus avoiding the question are two different things, right? If politicians avoid and give their own roundabout answers to the questions, right? But
show me the money as whatever.
Outright lying about things that didn't happen is different than not. And I agree, she didn't answer the first question.
Well, hold on.
She 100% didn't answer.
What if they lie and dodge the questions? Because Kamala lied a bunch of times too. They just didn't fact check her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, all right, I got my fact check list up. Let's go.
All right,
I hope so because all the stuff she's promising she could have did right now.
I got my fact check list. Let's go.
So here's an example, and Kofi said this off the break. The very first question of the debate, right? A very clear, concise question. Kamala Harris straight up just ignored it and said some other shit. Let's get to that. Very first question. Let's go.
country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy.
Bro, she totally didn't answer the question, bro.
Why did you build it now? You fuck.
Here's why I say the debate was unfair. Because if Trump would have did that, they'd have, Mr. President, answer the question, please. Mr. President, no, that didn't happen. They just totally let her get away with that.
So what did she lie about? What did she lie about?
What the fuck are you talking about? She didn't answer the question.
So in this,
look, I'm not a fucking. So this is the thing. I'm not a flag waving Kamala Harris.
Bullshit.
What did she lie about?
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example. Right?
This particular question. You framed the hold on. You framed the argument. What did she lie about?
Okay, first of all, I was going to play this before we even talked about. I'm playing this as an example as to what Kufu was saying about her not answering the question. Off the break, she set the tone by not answering questions. Right? She totally did not answer that question. Period. That's a fact. Right? Now, the question I asked initially was this debate fair? That is the main question here. Was the debate fair? I'm saying no, the debate wasn't fair because they allowed Kamala to not answer questions and they allowed her to say things that weren't true without fact checking her. When on the flip side, they re-questioned everything Donald Trump said. They forced him to clarify and they fact checked him on things. And some of those things they didn't even need to fact check him on because he was actually correct.
And I want to say one more thing. I
want to say one more thing.
All those things that he was supposed to be fact checked on. Do we know how many of those? And I'm not a Donald Trump hater, like, because the fuck.
Yeah, it's a whole list. I want
to prove.
No. I hear you, Mr. Digital. I know you're. I don't know if you're anti-Trump, but I know that
I'm definitely anti-Trump.
Okay,
I'm 100%.
I want to say Biden was definitely 1 on 2, at least 2 on 1 because.
No.
Her frat sister is the lady commentator on the debate. So there was automatically a bias by her frat sister commentating on the debate.
I mean, her best friend is the head of ABC News.
So that's the 3 on 1 already. Minus the guy
the head of ABC News.
Dana Walden. Dana Walden is her best friend. Dana Walden is the person who allegedly introduced her to her husband.
Right, and then you have her frat sister right there interviewing her right there.
It's a white man asking the other question, so he's kidding to Donald Trump.
I'm sorry. Let's get back on point. What's the point of this conversation again? I'm sorry.
It's real.
So hold on. Can we move forward? Let's move forward.
Yeah, I hope
I am lost. That's what I'm asking.
Let's move forward.
I'm lost.
All right. So the question is, was the debate fair? I'm saying it wasn't fair. There was a lot
fair.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I think naturally Trump is not. He has never actually been a lawful citizen.
I mean, you're doing the Kamala Harris thing. Was the debate fair? Is the question.
Well, let me lead up to my.
Do you believe Trump won the debate?
I do, certainly.
What does his personal life have to do with the laws he's passing? What does his personal life have to do with the laws he's passing? That I always wanted to ask somebody that. What does that literally have to do with the laws this guy's passing?
Because he's compromised.
I'm gonna tell you.
Sorry, Norman, is that your people asking you questions? Because I wasn't gonna present it that way, but
because he kept documents his home. The same thing Biden did. But what does his personal life literally have to do with the laws that he's passing for Americans?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
His moral compass.
No. So what about Biden's son?
I told y'all it's the party of God, family. The part. If you're the party of moral, Y'all fight the moral war,
What I
the
claim to be
culture
the
war
party
every
against
single
is the
day.
law.
Well, guys,
Now, for your
we can't talk at the
convenience, it
same
don't
time.
matter.
Here's the problem. I'm
Who
not trying to.
fights
What I'm
that
saying
war
is, what I'm saying
daily?
is,
The
what I'm
Republicans
saying
fight
is,
the culture
here's
war
how judging
every
people.
single day. They will live and down the hill for culture war issues. Now, all of a sudden, when it suits you, what does it matter? What does the personal life matter?
What I'm saying is,
What
Here's
does that
what
have
I
to do
have
with the
under.
laws? But
but
if
what
you
I'm saying
making
is,
laws on the Bible,
hold on. But what I'm saying is,
if you making laws based on a
what
All right, guys, I got to mute everybody. We got to bring some order here. The point of the question is, was the debate fair? That's what we're talking about here. I don't give a damn about any of that other shit. It doesn't make any sense. Was the debate fair? Cosby, we'll go to you.
I think Donald Trump was caught off guard. He wasn't expecting to be fact checked live, and it did throw him off. Now, I can agree that it was a couple times that they could have made Kamala be more clear about what she was saying, especially when it comes to her record on fracking, when it comes to her role um her role in like previous administration things, but that paled in comparison to the amount of lies Donald Trump told. And he didn't even get fact checked on all the lies that he told. And frankly, she outwitted him and outsmarted him the whole debate. When he had a chance to talk about the issues, when he had a chance to bang on her about the border, to talk about the economic record, to talk about policy, he got lured into petty arguments. She started talking about his crowd size when he was supposed to be talking about immigration, and he went off the rails. He
So,
started talking about how petty and petulant of a child he was. He took the bait hook, line, and sinker, and he was on his heels the whole debate. And he's normally a great debater. I thought she was going to have a lot more trouble with him, but she washed him up pretty easily.
she didn't wash him up, bro.
Yes, he did, bro.
Hold on.
She washed him up pretty easily.
If you watch the debate,
I
almost
watched it.
every single question, right, that started off was, and I'm paraphrasing here, Donald Trump, you're a piece of shit. Would you like to explain to us why you're a piece of shit? And
So
come
if
on,
so if you do if you
time
do
out.
pick, so this is the thing. If you
Bro.
you gotta live in.
Hold on, bro. I'll give you your chance to respond to what I'm saying. Let me finish my goddamn thought. What I'm saying is literally every question was about Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump did that. Kamala Harris, didn't he do that? Tell us how he did it. That's literally how every question went. Every question. In a regular debate, they say, what do you think of this topic? Donald Trump, you go, then Kamala, you go. Okay, what about this topic? It's not an attack on one person every single question. And then every time.
So can I get my chance?
Hold on. Is it the moderator's fault that Donald Trump has so many things to attack? Being a 34-time felon,
yes.
Being January 6th. These are all things that are relevant. Is convicting a person becoming the president as a convicting felon? Is that important in this country? Yes, that's important.
No.
If we're talking about an armed insurrection in January 6th, that's important to
Nobody
American
was armed.
voters.
It wasn't an armed insurrection.
Yes, it was. People had guns, bear mace,
What did you
knives.
say, Norman? What did you say?
A former police officer was just convicted. A former police officer was just convicted this week of assaulting U.S. Capitol police officer with a flagpole. He beat him. He literally beat him with a flagpole. So let's not even get on that. So unfortunately, Kamala Harris does not have as many things on her record.
You can say the same thing about Kamala Harris.
To be put up front about.
Made a tweet where she was bailing out people who were participating in violent protest.
All right. Hold on.
The assault on the U.S. Capitol versus a protest, you weigh those the same?
No, if anything, the George Floyd protests were way worse than the assault on the Capitol.
So you weigh an assault on the Capitol while the U.S. election is being certified as the same as a violent protest, and I'll give you violent protest. I'll give you that.
Bro.
You weigh more
So
a violent protest
I was
in.
at work in DC.
So you said, so we're talking about we said democracy. You
Hold
cut
on.
me off,
Hold
and
on.
we're talking about voting for the U.S. president. Because you know my thing, I like to get stuff on record. You think the protest in Minnesota had equal to more weight than a violent mob attacking the U.S. Capitol while we're trying to certify an election?
Definitely.
Well, technically, it did. Technically,
Definitely.
it did.
Definitely. And you know what? I'll say this. Especially
you
the black.
said it on record.
Especially.
Hey, look, I'm clipping that one up.
Especially the black folks, because what's so funny to me is
I'm clipping that up.
black folks talk all this shit about what the government's done to them, what Congress has done to them, and this and this and that. But when they get mad at the system, they go out and burn their own shit down. They go out and fuck their own businesses up, fuck their own community up. When the white people are fed up with the government, they go to the government. They go to the government. That's the difference. So I'm not.
When you say they go to the government,
I'm not mad at them for going and doing what they had to do. Now, did it get out of hand a little bit? Yeah. But all this armed, nobody was armed.
Literally, people were arrested with guns,
on the night of
clubs.
The George Floyd protest in DC.
I saw it, nigga. What are you talking about? I seen it.
On the night of the George Floyd protest in DC, right? Not only were they protesting shit and burning shit down for no reason, these jokers broke into every single CVS in the city. They broke into every single CVS in the city. And here's another thing. The DC government aided and abetted these criminals, because instead of deploying people to stop them from rioting, all they did was hand out plywood to small businesses and say, fend for yourself. Put this plywood up.
And so here's the unfortunate fact, right?
Man, white people riot after they sports teams.
Here's the unfortunate fact that you're missing, right?
Cut that shit out. They riot when they won the Super Bowl, when they lost the Stanley Cup. Get the fuck out of here.
When he said white people go to the
Stanley Cup, don't do that. We just won the Stanley Cup.
They riot after losing the Stanley Cup. Shut that shit up.
No.
All right, let Kufu get his point off.
So when you say white people go to their government, right? Here's the problem when you don't understand, right? When you see speed bumps on your fucking road, right? It's because white people go to their ANC, they go to the local government, they make those claims and put those things in. They have those speed bumps put in. We don't do that shit,
bro.
We
don't know the fuck. I live in DC. I live in a majority. I lived in a majority black community in Northwest DC. I know my ANC commissioner. I've gotten laws changed.
We don't, as mass, do that.
Bro, guys, we can't talk over each other. Let this man finish his point, and then you can interject. But it's just going to make a bunch of noise to the people that's watching.
So we as mass, as a whole, as black people, we don't do that shit. We rather march and voice and riot and do that shit versus going to our local ANC or our local government and putting laws and voting for our shit. We don't do that. And that's why our shit is fucked up. And then and it's unfortunate that you sit here and you give them a pass for the shit. You literally give them a pass for the shit. And it's like, come on, man. Like, eventually, when are you going to take ownership? When are you going to take responsibility with yourself? We're in a system with laws, and we understand that shit. We use the laws to our advantage. We don't understand that part yet, and white people are using the laws to their advantage. Unfortunately, that's what the fuck it is. Using the laws to their fucking advantage.
What country?
America.
Am I muted?
No.
Okay, so what country currently, like, in the history of the world, did, like, people like don't protest when they're upset? Like, we've seen protests all over the world. So this is so hold on, no, it does matter. So because we need to, other than countries that have a monarch or dictator that try to kill people on the streets, but even in countries where they do that, people march and die in the streets. So don't make it a uniquely black thing. People do that in countries all over the world when they are perceived unjust things happen to them. So people are out in the streets for marching for no reason. If black people felt like they can use the levers of power to get justice, they would do it. But we all witnessed things throughout our lifetime that taught us otherwise. They rioted in LA because we seen on camera 8 cops, white cops, beat the shit out of a black man and get acquitted. We
Here's the thing.
seen on camera black men when they beat up the truck driver in LA, they all got what was coming to them. So
But
they
the thing
rioted.
is,
We
you're
saw
comparing-
in 1967 when or 19 whatever the 60s when Martin Luther
you're
King
comparing
got
America to
assassinated
other
and he was
countries.
the most nonviolent motherfucker that ever existed. We rioted. So it's only when the level of injustice reaches to a breaking point where we know the system cannot save us. We know the system cannot stop whatever injustice we're going through, and we lash out. It is never for
The
no
problem,
reason. White people riot for no reason. They riot over football games, basketball games, because they have the privilege to do so.
you're making a
We
mistake.
don't have the. We don't have. Black people in this country do not have the
mistake that
privilege
you're making is
to
that you think
riot for no
we're other
reason.
countries.
We never have, and
We're
we
not
probably
other
never will.
countries. We're a system. We're a country of laws. That's the problem you're making. We're not.
Yeah, you can repeat that same thing, but
whatever
can you
revolt-
dispute any? Can you
whatever
dispute anything I just said?
Whatever revolt or system of revolt that you have, there are going to be consequences for it. We're not other countries, so you can't just revolt and expect there not to be consequences for it.
Who said there wouldn't be consequences?
That's the equivalent that you're trying to make with the we're equivalent.
No,
with
I'm
other
not
countries.
trying to make an
We're not
equivalent.
other
I did
countries.
not make an equivalency.
We're
That's what I'm saying. Don't
we're
repeat an argument that I did not make.
We are a democratic republic where we have a system of laws, a mechanism of laws to actually.
Yeah, you can keep saying that over and over again. Refute something that I said.
It's the unrefutable fact that we're in a democratic republic and we have a system of laws to have progressive what you're saying.
What the fuck does that got to do with what I said?
Just having riots doesn't do shit. Us marching doesn't do shit.
Trip, can you refute what I said? Because he's on his Kamala. He's on his Kamala word salad.
Fucking march that didn't work. Why he went and got the Voting Rights Act. We have a system of laws that help progress whatever ideas we have in our head. So whatever the fuck you're saying doesn't fucking make any sense. It doesn't, because we're in a democratic fucking republic. Period. It's a democracy. You can march all the fuck you want. You're just getting exercise.
Constitutional republic, but
Constitutional republic, right? So whatever you're doing, we just all the marching, whatever the fuck you're doing, you can voice your opinion all you want to. But if you're not fucking changing laws, you're not doing shit. That's why white people go to the
marching has definitely changed laws.
State government and have the laws changed in their favor. Period.
The marching has definitely changed laws in this country.
The laws on the book say you can't fucking march, or some of the bullshit.
And guess what? The laws on the books say we can march. You have freedom of assembly, freedom to protest. So, and then when people's rights get violated, when they do try to protest, they protest harder. So what are you talking about? If someone goes out and marches, it's within. So hold on. So it's hold on. So Kuvi, hold on. Because you just said it's a system of laws, and so if I want to go out and march right now and protest, is that within my constitutional right?
You can, but it doesn't change shit.
So what all you just said is bullshit, because it's within my law and constitutional right to protest.
But it doesn't change shit.
History says otherwise.
Name one.
The Civil Rights Act.
It didn't change anything though.
Bruh, I don't think he knows what he's talking about.
So the Civil Rights Act didn't change anything. So I can't. If you say I can't even have no more serious, I can't have any more serious conversations on this show.
You just said
If you said marching never changed
law. It was a law. Did you hear what you just said? It was a fucking law. You just contradicted yourself.
Hold on. I'd like to clarify my statement.
We can't have any more serious conversations on here.
Hold on. I'd like to clarify my statement.
For 10 seconds.
I'd like to clarify my statement. Okay. So when it comes to the Civil Rights Act, right, of 1964, because that's what we're talking about, correct, Cosby?
Voting Rights Act, Civil Rights Act.
So first of all, the Voting Rights Act was in 1870, and we didn't march for that.
Yes, we did.
And then
we protested for the right to vote.
There was no.
We protested for and died for the right for the Voting Rights Act.
Hold on. So that's that, right? So if we're talking about the Civil Rights Act, in my opinion, the Civil Rights Act did not do anything. All the Civil Rights Act did was empower everyone else to put black folks further in the back of the line.
Did it change laws?
Hold on.
Wait, how did
your
you
opinion,
that?
did it change laws?
I'm the only non-black in here, so
I'd like to clarify. I want to clarify my statements. Did laws change? Correct, Cosby Digital. Laws did change. However, the intended result of the people that were originally marching, they did not get their intended result.
We can argue. Yeah, that's debatable. That's
hold on.
absolutely debatable.
So let me finish. They march. It's black people out there dying, black people out there getting bit by dogs, shot down by water hoses, all that shit, right? They did all that marching only for the people that passed the law, Lyndon B. Johnson, to say, instead of using the word African American or black, they changed the word to minority, which means any handicap, cripple, woman, somebody from another country who didn't have anything to do with the civil rights movement. Any of these people, at this point, a white man in a wig can use the Civil Rights Act and get more rights than a black person. So did it do anything for us? No, because it didn't help.
So why are they trying to take it back?
Who's trying to take it back?
Right.
Republicans are trying to repeal.
Time out.
I don't know if they're trying to take it back.
They're trying to. So, and the Voting Rights Act was 1965.
Hold on.
We marched for the Voting Rights Act.
Now we're going down a rabbit hole of crazy.
We're not going down a fucking rabbit hole.
We're
talking about federal legislation that was passed due to pressure and protest.
Mr. Cosby, can I say?
What's that?
That's not a rabbit hole.
I can't, Mr. Cosby. I can't say something.
Yeah, what you saying?
No, I think that I am far removed from this conversation, as I am not a black woman or whatever. I am an
you definitely affected. You were affected by the Voting Rights Act.
I was born and raised in DC. I am 39 years old, and I have experienced an incredible amount of things. What I will say is that to the point that you just made, how does the voting rights, aside from the obvious, like giving us more electoral votes in Congress or whatever, but like you were so confident in like, okay, well, we got voting rights. How did that make the country better for the black people, your people?
You're not familiar with the Voting Rights Act. Let me make you familiar. The Voting Rights Act
of
1965.
I'm very familiar.
No, you're not. Based upon what you just said. Just listen real quick. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 is a landmark piece of legislation in the United States that prohibits racial discrimination in voting. It was signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson during the height of the Civil Rights Movement on August 6, 1965. And Congress later amended the act 5 times to expand its protections, designed to enforce Voting Rights Act protected by the 14th, 15th Amendment of the United States Constitution. The act sought to secure the right to vote for racial minorities. You are a racial minority. You're not black, but you're a racial minority throughout the country, especially in the South.
Okay, but to the point that we were talking about, that didn't actually change a law because black people had the right to vote since 1870.
Federal legislation means it's law.
In essence, it was a nothing burger because all it did was
Public Law 8-110.
Mr.
Law into law.
What's his name?
You can't amend something that wasn't put into law. Like I feel like y'all be having like mad cognitive dissonance.
No.
Like what are you talking about?
Okay.
I
literally just read the law that was changed and put into place by Lyndon B. Johnson in the civil rights movement. What are you talking about?
All it said was you can't can't discriminate on somebody who wants to vote. But that doesn't.
No, it says racial minorities
Wasn't for black people.
specifically.
Wasn't for black people. That's for sure.
Because what I'm saying is black people already had the right to vote since 1870. They had already been voting.
So, but there were impediments. They were
so are you an impediment because you know there were impediments? Because there are a gazillion impediments.
Yes, that's why they made a law. So people don't make laws to fix things. There were no problem. Why did we? So if there was no problem, why did we need this law, Trip?
No, so before Trip, don't answer that.
No, I gotta answer it. I gotta answer it.
Okay.
I gotta answer it. So okay. So first and foremost, are you talking about the Voting Rights Act?
The Voting Rights Act of 1965.
I think it was a nothing burger, just like the Civil Rights Act. They're all nothing burgers. They're all pacifist laws to to fool black people into thinking that the Democrats actually did something for them.
So, I'll ask one follow-up question, and this will probably let me know if I need to stop talking about this. Do you think people were being discriminated against in 1965?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. I just want to see if we're actually having a sensible discussion.
Well, I mean, there's no way you can eradicate. People get discriminated against on both sides. I mean, so
were white people being discriminated against in 1965?
It doesn't seem likely. Doesn't seem likely. No. I don't know how we got down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, we can't do we can't do that both sides thing in 1965. No.
But anyway, back to the question though, was the debate fair?
So the debate wasn't fair. Like I said, like you can go tit for tat on his personal record and everything. But what I'm saying, the commentator, the female commentator, was basing her questions on his personal record. You know what I mean?
Do you think somebody being a convicted felon is relevant to them running for president?
No, it doesn't. That's what I asked you before. What does his personal life have to do with policies?
There's states. There's a lot of states in the U.S. where you can't even vote if you're a convicted felon. So you think a state where someone can't vote, they should be able to? They can't vote for president, but they can run for president.
Well, here's the problem that you keep making again. You keep basing your assumptions. That's fine if you want to say they can't do but the law is you can.
No, that's not in every state. In New York, if you're a convicted felon, you can't vote for president. But he has. So if Trump, let's say Trump was still a resident of New York, he couldn't even vote for himself. But he's a resident of Florida. Florida laws, convicted felons can vote for president.
So we can play semantics all we want to, but here's the problem.
That's not semantics. That's different laws.
We have someone now who's a quote unquote, according to you, a convicted felon who's running for president. So whether you like it or not, it's legal. Period. Well, I don't know what we're arguing about.
No, I'm saying you said it was about a personal record. Do you think that's relevant that a convicted felon can become president when in certain states a convicted felon can't even vote?
Because he's in the running for president. So it doesn't fucking matter. And what does his personal life have to do with the policies that he's making?
I mean, if he's a America First Bible toting, he got a Trump Bible. So if he's basing laws based upon his religious belief, that means his personal life is affecting policy.
Unlike the opponent, he's not pretending to be anybody. He's literally telling you who he is up front. Period. There's no.
If he's making laws based upon the Bible, does that mean his personal beliefs is affecting policy?
Again, it's your assumption. He's not making laws. He's basing the laws upon the American people. Period. That's all he's been saying from the very beginning. Like I said, we're in a very unique time where we have two presidencies where we compare and contrast right now. And you're telling me that a Biden presidency or somebody who's predecessor to Biden would be a better presidency or better economy than the economy we previously had before that. Like, are you fucking sane? That's what
I mean, the job numbers say otherwise.
Because
that's what the job numbers say.
Because
I've read the job numbers. Do we need to read the job numbers on here?
Go ahead and read them because he started the job numbers. The first fucking.
No, actually, the economic recovery started under the Obama administration, and Obama handed them an economy that was going up, and jobs started halting before COVID under Trump.
Okay.
So is it all right? Let's see. Let's start let's premise of this argument. So are you saying? When Obama handed Trump the economy, it was going backwards?
Hold on. I need to stop this real quick. I want to reel this back into the original question because that is what we're essentially we can keep
because I'm lost.
Running off and decide debates. All right. So this is what I want to do. I brought up a point earlier.
Also, I'm taking off of work tomorrow morning, so y'all gotta make this shit worth it.
They're eating dogs.
So look.
They're eating the pets.
So I made a point earlier.
They're eating the geese.
Speaking of that,
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cat.
Oh my God. The way you had this ready, I'm dying.
Eat the cat. 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 They're eating the dogs. They're eating
God,
the cats.
that shit bangs. That shit bangs. That shit bangs. All right. Anyway, so here's what I want to do. I made a point earlier, and I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. But it seemed to me as if most of the questions that were targeted towards President Trump, that were asked in general, were targeted negatively against President Trump, and basically giving an alley-oop to Kamala Harris. So I'm going to get to a few examples real quick. All right. All right. Give me a second.
Why the fuck am I still awake?
You be all right.
It's an interesting conversation.
Oh my God, my video's still on. It's okay.
All right. So I want to start here. Hold on. All right, let's go there. Perfect example, right? Debate question here.
They're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out in Minnesota.
My bad. I didn't want to start there. Hold on. All right. Here we go. Right here. Example of targeting
our democracy and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack.
Perfect example. Mr. President, you're a piece of shit.
Aides and reporting say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office.
Wait, can we pause it right there for a second after your statement, Mr. Port?
Go ahead.
Okay, you said that right there. You're awful president. What makes you say that?
No. What I'm saying is the debate moderators, basically every question that was asked, like
what was the question?
What you're saying is that whatever the debater commentator had was
we marched them to the Capitol.
Into answering something.
Say the question.
Negative.
But listen to how he framed the question. He said he marched them to the Capitol.
What I'm saying
framing the question.
Every question
he marched them to. He said, "March to the Capitol."
How do you march
out
a
of his
crowd
mouth?
of people to the Capitol if you're the incumbent president?
He said it out of his. He literally said it out of his mouth.
You're already setting up the scene. You're already leading the.
Hold on, Kofi.
No,
Kofi. Did he not say it?
No. I'm not gonna let this ride because I'll pull up the speech he made that day. They take everything this man says out of context so much it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
So out of context, did they listen to him?
How do the
he said, do not have a violent. He said, don't do anything violent. Don't do this. Don't do that. They have a right to go protest at the Capitol. They have a right to do that. He didn't tell them to go bust in the Capitol and do whatever the hell they did. He didn't tell them to do that.
What you just said earlier, Crosby. Per what you just said earlier.
So I'm going to play this again. My point is every question that they're framing in this debate is negative against Donald Trump.
Because he did negative shit.
Okay, so the point again is because negative remarks, not because we're looking for something positive.
Okay, so we have a country that's on the brink of World War III.
We fucking are.
Hold on. The economy is trash. Immigration is out of control, and violence is up everywhere.
Yes.
Okay? Why the hell are we talking about stupid shit from 3 years ago? It makes no sense. The issues that the people actually care about is what they need to discuss. But they spent the whole time trying to dog Trump.
A free and fair election is not a thing we're talking about in election time. When they try to subvert the election only happens every 4 years, buddy. So you gotta talk about the last thing that happened at the last election.
Hold on. You are allowed to challenge election results. Hillary Clinton did it when she lost.
Right.
And nobody made this big a deal out of that.
Right.
You have a right to challenge it. As a matter of fact,
let me read a quote from Trump's speech. if you don't fight like hell, you're not gonna have a country anymore.
If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. What the fuck are you talking about? Come on, man.
Well, he said that on the stage
Let's
at
not go.
January
Let's not go
6th.
taking
that out of context, though.
What's out of context? If you don't fight
He was
like
talking
hell,
about
you're
fight
going
like hell at the polls and fight like hell for the law.
The election was over. You can't fight at the polls. The election was over.
Mr. Digital and
What are you talking about?
Norman, can I?
It's a part of the Constitution that you have a right to redress your government. It's a part of the Constitution, so we have a right to do that. That's
So they had a right to trespass. They had the right to trespass. They had a right to trespass into the U.S. Capitol.
Keep saying he's a threat to
let him finish.
Keep saying he's a threat to democracy, but you're the only ones that are trying to be the real threat to democracy is y'all, because we have a right to redress our government.
You do know that the Capitol Police let them in the building, right?
Yeah.
Right. It's video of that. I mean, come on now. What the fuck are y'all arguing? It's video of it.
There's also video of them breaking in windows and breaking in doors and shitting on people and shitting on people's desks and climbing walls.
That was
There's also video of that, right?
After the fact, because you let them, the Capitol Police let them in.
Were they going to get in if the Capitol Police didn't open the door?
Yes.
Well, that's a loaded question.
Yes, the answer is yes. And I said that very strongly because I'm actually aware of
people going to run
supporters.
shotgun.
Can I be very transparent right now?
Say what? Are the what?
Exactly.
No, I didn't hear what you said. Are the what?
I know, because I'm the only woman in here, and I'm like, damn, I'm being drowned out by these.
No. For starters, I'll let you make whatever you got to say. You say it.
You got the floor.
You got it.
I without trying to disclose too much, but I'm fully aware of Trump supporters who've been represented by the best of the best here in the city, and they still, gotta go serve some time because they did some shit while they were fully in their what's it called? Rightful. What's the words? Listen, I've been drinking tonight, so I'm not.
Let's not forget Muriel Bowser and Nancy Pelosi denied the National Guard.
You know what's funny? When Trump said, I offered 10,000 troops to Nancy Pelosi and Muriel Bowser, and they turned it down. They changed the subject quickly.
That was false.
That's not false. What are you talking about? It's documented.
It's not that I think. I know that there are a lot of stipulations that go between the White House and our DC government, and
we're a federal city. We're a federal city. We're not.
Yeah, we are. That's why all these, criminals get.
There's nothing false about that.
That go, and then I hope you come back to your next, hearing, and then y'all don't show up. Whatever. I'm a part of the system. I get it. I get it more than most people want me to understand. I see your finger. What's up?
Can I ask you? I want to ask you a question.
Of course. Go ahead.
Why are you voting for Kamala Harris?
I get that reaction from everybody.
You wanted to make this.
Hold on.
You wanted to make this good.
Hold on. Former President Trump. Why are you voting for Kamala President Harris? Trump claimed during the debate on Tuesday that Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House, was responsible for inadequate security.
Kamala Harris.
So this claim is false. The Speaker of the House is not in charge of Capitol security. Capitol security is overseen by the Capitol Police Board, a body that includes the Sergeant at Arms, the House, and the Senate. Pelosi's office has explicitly said she was not presented with a $10,000 National Guardsman, as Trump has claimed. Telling CNN they are lies.
That means to anybody in this room.
Why are you?
Furthermore, she would not have the power to turn it down. The Speaker of the House has no authority to prevent the deployment of the District of Columbia National Guards.
That's fine.
You can read that anywhere, but why do you feel the need to highlight that? Hold on.
Because we just talk about Trump's lies.
Let her go. What was she saying? What were you saying, Sasha?
Trump's lies about?
This was in the debate. Trump claims Harris met with Putin days before the invasion. Former President Trump claimed that Vice President Kamala Harris met with Russian President Vladimir Putin days before the invasion of Ukraine. Trump's claim is false. Harris was not sent to negotiate peace. She has never met with Putin. In reality, she met with U.S. allies, including Ukraine, President Vladimir Zelensky.
But if you're not willing
avoided that very specific question in the debate.
Read.
All right, guys.
This is pointless.
Sandra, I want you to get all across what you're trying to say, because we can't just talk over. Let's go.
Yeah, no, he was. I don't know. Homeboy was reading off something. I'm like, I could read.
Because we was getting off topic, so I was just gonna start reading all the shit he lied about in the debate.
Right, but they were in the middle. They were in the middle of talking about something. So you got
going off topic. Why you don't like? Why would you vote for Harris versus we talking about the debate? Let's talk about the debate.
I mean, that's true, but
Well, I didn't watch the debate, so I don't have any actual feedback.
But that was my question. Well, if you haven't watched the debate, since you're fresh and you have no idea, why would you vote for Harris then? Since you did watch the debate, why would you? What is the reason for Harris?
Okay, that's an actual valid question, which I'm willing to answer. I know all of y'all are men. I'm dealing with, a community in this moment where, men are prominent and whatever. I feel like whatever I say is not going to suffice a vote for Kamala. That's not my goal here. My goal is to just share why I am going to vote for her.
Okay.
While I may not be fully aware or educated on the economical aspects of this country, I'm very educated, but I'm not all the way there. I understand that part. And I know there are a lot of moving pieces as we've been discussing throughout this whole entertainment piece. That being said, I never said I was going to vote for Kamala. Maybe I did a few seconds ago. I still don't know who I'm going to vote for. I think that Kamala has the heart of the country as far as women are concerned. She doesn't have any children. She's like appears to be the strong Black woman.
Not Black.
She's not Black.
That's how she's being interpreted, or a person of color. Almost, I feel like if I said like I'm running for president,
she went to
I'm
Howard
not
University
Black,
and she
but
is
I'm
divine.
brown.
Nah, you can't get blacker than that.
Oh, Rachel Dolezal went to Howard University too.
I said she was in Divine Nine, nigga.
Doesn't mean she's Black.
What are you talking about? She was the head of her chapter of the NAACP.
Right, doesn't mean she's
Man,
Black.
there's mad white people in the NAACP.
So she's
work
0%
for the NAACP.
Black. Is
It's
that what
mad
y'all
white
telling
people
me?
in that.
The person who started the NAACP was white. Just to tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't
Saying
care
Rachel
about
So let's
Dolezal.
not go there.
NAACP.
So let's just let her finish. Let her finish, Mo. I want to hear her answer though.
Y'all don't want to interrupt her with the sounds and she's not Black. Y'all don't respect women. That's the problem.
No, but it's the truth.
Go ahead.
That's your truth.
I get what she's saying. She's undecided. She's undecided.
I am very undecided. I like to move on facts, and I'm not very clear on facts. What I am clear on is the support of women, right? Because I wouldn't be where I'm at now without the support of some women, but actually, now I think about it, mostly men.
You wouldn't have AC in your house without men.
So
what's that? What'd you say?
You wouldn't have the internet, you wouldn't have a television, you wouldn't have paved roads, you wouldn't have shit without men.
Historically, yes, but currently, don't play with me.
Let me ask you a question.
What I'm saying is, here's the thing. What I'm kind of why I wanted to ask you, because so for instance, during the debate, right? If you look at the debate when she was talking about women's issues, the abortion, right? It rated very high for women, right? But I don't think people understand, like, the country is just not women; it encompasses men and women. So what I'm saying is, just because
the world encompasses both, of course.
Right. But what I'm saying is, just because it's raised high on one issue, there's still a myriad of other issues that still affect Americans. So if we're not thinking about Americans. So for instance, it was a thing when he said earlier that something about, well, if we all have to be Americans, if you want to leave something. I said if you didn't want to be here, you can just leave. No one's holding you hostage here. But if you choose to be here, you consider yourself to be an American. So whether you have different issues or whatever it is, but the overall encompassing issue is that you are an American. So you have to think an American first. And if you think about a constitutional republic, it's thinking about it's the federal government. So it's thinking about you as an American first. Your states are thinking about you as an individual. So when you're voting for a president, you're thinking about our safety, the economy, how we go about in the world in general, versus the state levels where we think about social issues and things like that. So that's why I asked you the question, why are you voting for Kamala? And most people that vote for Kamala Harris don't really have specific policy issues that they're voting for. They're voting for not to get on you, but they're voting for her like it's high school. Like she sounds good. She seems presidential. She has this quality, that quality. But the issues or policies that she would invoke on us Americans, she doesn't have that, and no one's really asking her the questions, which goes back to the debate on why it seems like it's one-sided when you have two moderators literally going against one person versus the other, where he's literally saying that he's framing the question, you marched them down to the Capitol. He's framing the question saying, putting to our heads that you have one big dictator marching a whole mass of people down to the Capitol to have a riot and to have the January 6th riots. I mean, you got to understand the optics and the verbalization and the propaganda that these people are putting in our heads to shift our consciousness to voting for one side when our common sense should be telling us to vote for this other person.
Bro, you are wilding. He said it out of his own mouth. We are going down to the Capitol. He said peace. He said peacefully and what do he say? Peacefully and patriotically. He said that. He said that one time in his speech. But you know how many times he said fight like hell? He said it 20 times.
Okay, like I said,
so he said it out of his mouth. We saw it and we heard it.
Taking in context, he's talking metaphorically. He's not talking literally. Of course, no one's going to.
He said we're going down there.
President in their mind would really incite a riot on the United States Capitol.
It's already come out that the only reason that he didn't go, his Secret Service stopped him. This Secret Service stopped him from going, but he tried to go with them, but his Secret Service wouldn't let him go down there. It's been documented.
The amount of lies people make up on Trump is crazy, bro.
His Secret Service detail testified in the January 6th committee that Trump wanted to go, but we stopped him from going. They testified in the January 6th committee. He said go down to the Capitol like he told them to go.
Why?
To be with his supporters.
Dude, you just sound crazy now at this point.
He said it out of his mouth. Right. We heard him say we are going to walk down to the Capitol. They started walking after he
I will
said
say
it.
something that
Did he hold on. Did he say stay right here and they walk down there?
Why do you think the Secret Service will stop a president from going to the middle of a rowdy crowd? Why do you
because
think
it ain't safe because they had weapons.
For safety reasons. That's why. Like let's be realistic. Like let's not make some kind of phantasmal
so hold on. So did Trump say, hey y'all, stay right here and listen to me, then go home? And they left. Or did he say go down there and they went down there? Did he say no, stay with me? Don't go there.
So you're saying
no,
go down there.
Him to go there.
He said go down there and tear up the Capitol. That's what you're saying?
No, he said fight like hell.
Metaphorically or literally? That's what you're saying.
He literally said out of his mouth,
what do you think he was
like
saying?
Hell.
What do you think he was saying? What do you think he was saying? Metaphorically or literally? What do you think he was saying?
If you say that to a bunch of dumb rednecks, they're gonna go fight.
I'm asking you as a competent person, what do you think he was talking about? Metaphorically or literally?
You don't even have to be
confident. Well, considering that all his supporters are pretty violent.
I'd ask
it's a toss up. If you I told you. I said I answered the question. I said it could be a toss up.
What do you think he was talking about?
I think he has dumb supporters. So if he say fight like hell, they're gonna go fight.
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask, what do you think?
It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what he said. And
it doesn't matter what both y'all don't think.
As a part of this podcast,
no, it does. No, I answer your question very precisely. It doesn't matter what I think. It matters who he's talking to and how they interpret his words and how they acted on his words. It doesn't matter what I think. I think his supporters are dumb and violent. So if he says go fight like hell, they're dumb and violent. They're literally gonna go and fight. That's what I think.
100% agree with you. But indulge me. If you were
I'm not indulging foolishness. That's how I'm answering the question.
All right.
Indulge me, because I'm keeping up. Indulge me.
They're dumb and violent, so they're gonna go fight.
I mean, I guess you could say the same thing about the George Floyd protesters.
I mean, you can try to keep making a false equivalent. That's the thing y'all do.
It was a worse riot than the sixth riot. It was a worse riot. What are you talking about? Way worse riot.
What did anybody die in the George Floyd riot?
Yes, plenty.
Yes. What the
Who died?
Floyd died. Oh, the riot. Okay.
Who died?
God damn, what the fuck are we arguing?
How many people died in the George Floyd riot?
Wait, why is that a
More than,
question?
I think it was 6
Mr.
people that
Digital?
died in the George Floyd riots.
Wait,
Sure?
Mr. Digital, why
One
is
of the
that a
white boys
question?
was one of the white boys was trial for shooting one guy. One of the white boys was trial for shooting one guy.
The following program is rated TV MAL. It contains strong language and is intended only for mature audience.
Allow me to reintroduce in a moment of crisis. My name is Art. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack.
Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck just happened. My computer.
You might as well have kept playing it.
Nah, we good.
Because it's 12:48. Motherfuckers gotta go to work tomorrow. What's today? Monday?
No bullshit.
What's today?
But still,
today's Tuesday.
Literally, I'm trying to figure out what today is. It's Wednesday. Oh my.
Well, yes, Wednesday.
You vote for Donald Trump. What the fuck?
All right. Well, I mean, I guess I attempted to try to get through this topic because this is no way to stay on topic with this.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I could have just kept.
Man.
You could have just let me keep
the
reading
road
off.
is
You could have just kept let me read off the Donald Trump lies.
But if you're not going to read off the Kamala lies, then there's no point.
You have to read both. She had like 2.5. He had 13. I'll read hers first.
What economy is she trying to implement on the United States government that she hasn't already implemented? She could have implemented right now.
Vice president does not make economic policy.
A fruitful economy. What the fuck did she say in the interview? What economy?
Vice president does not make economic policy.
You don't have a fucking president now.
We have a president, and
He's
our
dead.
economy. Our jobs numbers are going up. The stock market is going up.
That's not true. Jobs are going down.
Have you look at the phone
Since
right
when?
now?
The job spike that Biden had was the pre-COVID jobs that were lost during COVID. They came back.
No.
Biden tried to take credit for that.
No.
But even those jobs are now dwindling. If you look at the job market right now,
the stock market is at an all-time high.
You got to be a damn fool if you think this is a good economy. You got to be a damn fool.
You got to be damn fool if you thought the first 2 years of the Trump economy was a good economy.
The first 2 years, even during COVID, it was great, in my opinion.
Oh man,
what economy are you looking at? What statistics are you getting your facts from?
I just want to finish up a point because we're gonna be on this all day.
You know what I wish? I wish I was a single mother who actually depended on the dad's income. Like, this is crazy. I'm over here listening to this bullshit talk. Like, what?
So I'm gonna play the next question that he asked. And you tell me if you think it's biased or not.
Prosecuted.
But let me just ask
you. Might ask her that question.
You were the president. You were watching it unfold on television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big. I went to Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, this is going to be a very big rally or whatever you want to call it. And again, it wasn't done by me. It was done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi was responsible. She didn't do her job.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi. But I do want Vice President.
See, now look.
Come on, man.
They do that. He answers the question and then gives context, and then they follow up. Doesn't answer the question at all. They just move on.
And you want to vote for this person? Get the fuck out of here.
So you realize, but that's not true.
Bro, that's very true throughout this entire
everything he said is not true. The Speaker of the House is not responsible
They
or the
have a
National
letter,
Guard.
bruh. They have a letter, a
Hold on.
little.
I'd like to respond because
letter.
while what you're saying may be true, it's not a secret that Nancy Pelosi has a lot of power in that building. Of course, she may not run it, but you run things like that past her, and whatever conversation they had, she must have said no.
They
Notice
have
he
a
said,
physical letter. There's no debating it. They have a physical letter.
but he doesn't have a letter with Pelosi, which is the point he made. He said, I have a letter with the mayor of DC. I sent her a letter stating, do you want soldiers, this and this and that for this rally? Mayor Bowser said no.
What makes you think he's lying for the man?
Now, why would he want to sick soldiers in the National Guard on his own people if they want if they were going to go, he wanted them to go tear the place up?
In DC.
Right. Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
That doesn't make any sense.
No sense at all.
It makes sense if you're trying to subvert the election. It makes sense if you said they could have hung your vice president. It makes sense if you had a fake elector scheme.
At what
It makes
point
sense
has
if you
any
were
of those
trying to
things happened prior
It
to
makes sense if you were
Lincoln?
trying to pressure people to find votes for you. It makes sense if you lost all 60 court cases that you claim
It
voted
also made
irregularity.
sense when we
It definitely
hired
makes
our
sense.
first
It
black
sounds like
president, and he
that
hasn't
sounds
been
like a
assassinated,
pattern of
or having
subverting the
the first
election.
Let's
can I ask you one thing? Crosby, can I ask you one
vice
thing?
president, and she hasn't been assassinated. So, like, what?
Crosby, can I ask you one thing?
Yeah.
Can I ask you one thing, Crosby? So, what would it take, right, for you to vote for Donald Trump? Just say hypothetically, if this was a perfect world, what would it take for you to vote for Donald Trump, or even say, okay, well, you know what, he might have been a good president. What would it take for that to happen?
It would take for him to be able to do it all over again and be a good president, and not what he is and who he is, which is a terrible president. There's barely fucking, like, he didn't even read his briefs, bro. He didn't even read his briefs. Every person who ever worked with him said he was a idiot and a lunatic and unstable.
Okay, fine.
His chiefs of staff, the generals he worked with, they all said he was an idiot.
Fine, but what would it
And
take?
it's proven he's an idiot. Why would I want Trump to run the country? He's an idiot.
People that he fired.
He's an entertaining idiot. But this what I realized, right? What Trump is the ultimate useful idiot. So the donor class that actually runs the country know all they got to do is give Trump money, and he'll do what they ask him to do. If we talk about the legislation, the most important legislation he passed during his term was tax cuts for the rich.
That's not
That's
true.
because that was his goal, to take money and be a useful idiot. I even realized this about Trump supporters, right? They're either useful idiots for the rich people, or they're rich people who only care about their money, or they only care about the economy. So they use the other useful idiots to push their agenda.
Do you believe in capitalism?
It's just really that simple.
Hold on, but do you believe in capitalism?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you just contradict yourself.
No, I did not contradict myself. That is not, the bribery of the president is not capitalism. That's an oligarchy, where the billionaires, if the billionaires run your country, it's not a democracy. If they can buy the politicians, it's not a democracy, because that means the rule of the people, the vote of the people, do not count because the politicians are bought. Do you consider that democracy where the politicians are bought?
So, again,
do you consider that a democracy if the politicians are bought?
So this is why we have a constitutional republic, right?
No, you just gave me a Kamala Harris answer. Do you believe it's still a democracy if the politicians are bought and paid for?
So this is why we have a constitutional republic. So I think the problem is that I think you conflate two kind of issues at the same time, and you're also contradicting yourself.
I don't think I'm conflating two issues. I believe the American system has been corrupt since Citizens United, when corporations became people and money became speech, and you can donate unlimited money to campaigns. At this point, you need to raise more than $1 billion to win a presidential campaign. So I don't think this is the form of democracy that the founding fathers envisioned. Because if you can purchase a politician, if you can purchase a Supreme Court judge, is it really still a democracy? Does your vote still count the same as
Well,
a rich person's vote?
Here's the problem where you're, like I said, you're contradicting yourself, right? So Trump isn't a politician, number one, right? That's number one. Number two is he's already a billionaire. So the fact that you're saying you can bribe somebody with money that already has money doesn't make any sense. He's already telling you in his first run for presidency, right? Even during
why is he accepted? So why does he fleece his supporters for money on emails every single day? He's asking for money. Why does he take money from foreign governments in his hotels? He takes money from foreign governments all the time. So and that's been well documented. And Trump is a paper billionaire. He's not a real billionaire. He's actually a terrible businessman. He's been bankrupt 8 times. He's had to borrow money from banks several times, like to the point his credit is junk. They won't him loan. U.S. banks won't even loan him money anymore.
That's first and foremost. That's false.
Right.
Filing bankruptcy is a part of business. Good.
Exactly.
No.
Wait.
No. Filing bank.
This nigga, Trump just made $2 billion off of Truth Social in his sleep. Are you serious, bro?
He doesn't understand bankruptcy at all. I don't think he understands.
Why say it's a paper? So why say paper billionaire? So the value of Truth Social has gone down. So his net worth has dipped way below $2 billion. Do y'all know what the value of Truth Social is right now?
Again, every time you're talking,
do you know the value of Truth Social right now? How that affects his net worth?
Every time you talk, and you try to make a point, you contradict yourself. You're not understanding what I'm trying to tell you. Whatever the value of Truth Social, whatever the fucking value is, he's a fucking millionaire.
I didn't say he's not a millionaire.
Hold on.
He started off with several $100 million. He should be a millionaire.
He's a millionaire. He doesn't have to run for president. He's giving you the inside tips, which he literally said on national TV. He gave you the inside tips on how the millionaires are doing these tax cuts. He gave it to you. If you get out your fucking feelings, he literally gave you the fucking recipe.
Who the fuck said I wouldn't? Who said I wouldn't use the tax cuts? There you go. You're arguing something
about his personal life versus his policy.
You're arguing something. You're arguing something. Hold on. You're arguing something that I never said. I just said one of his claims of fame that he's a great businessman, but he bankrupted. He bankrupted his casinos. He bankrupted Trump Air. He bankrupted his football league. He bankrupted the vodka. He bankrupted the school.
Millions off of it. He does not have to be president.
So do you know he was going? You're
not talking to comprehend.
Do you know he makes a majority? Do you know he makes a? Hold on.
Bro, you're not letting me talk. However you want to slight, he's a billionaire. How many businesses he's lost, how many businesses he's failed, he's a billionaire. He doesn't have to be president. He's doing this for the benefit of the American fucking people. He doesn't have to do it. He can literally sell off to
Donald Trump has never done anything for the benefit of nobody but his son.
He literally gave you the recipe of how the rich get the tax cuts on the first presidency he ran.
Bro, who is arguing that? Hold on. I'm not arguing that. I'm only arguing that.
Then what are we arguing?
Trump makes the majority of his money from licensing his name now.
Again,
like before he went on The Apprentice, he was going broke.
I don't care about his TV appearances or whatever. Attack his policies. What the fuck are we arguing? I don't give a fuck what he can get jacked off in the middle of Times Square. I don't give a fuck.
So hold on.
I just argued this. I just said his main economic goal was to pass tax cuts for the rich. And he passed it. What other signature legislation?
That's why I asked you, do you believe in capitalism? Because these rich people can't do these jobs by themselves. I don't think you understand capitalism.
What other signature? Give me two other signature policies that Trump passed.
Let's say I own Walmart. Right?
Hold on.
I can't sell every fucking product in fucking Walmart. So I gotta hire these fucking people in Walmart to sell these products for me. If I don't get a tax cut to hire more people, then I don't want to make more money. Then I don't hire more people. Then we have a job shortage. I don't think you understand capitalism. It's supply and demand. That's the root of capitalism. It's supply and demand.
All right. So look, let's
Bro,
stick with Walmart. Stick with Walmart.
Hold on, guys. Time out. You're not going to vote for Trump. You're not going to vote for Trump. That's the question he asked you. I'd like to stick to the topic, guys.
I gave all the reasons why I vote for Trump. I talked about policy. We talk about economic policy. I'm gonna stick with Walmart. So when Walmart got their tax cut, what did they do with the realized gains that they received from the tax cuts?
They opened more facilities.
No, they did not.
Got one on Georgia Avenue.
No, they did not. They did not. They did not open more stores. They bought back stock, and they gave bonuses to their CEOs. So if you own Walmart stock, yes, you benefited. But if you did not own Walmart stock, you did not benefit from that.
Okay. So bottom line is Donald Trump's not a bad businessman. He's worth $4 billion to this day. That's
no, he's a terrible businessman. He bankrupted several businesses. The only reason why he got money, he had to be put on a television show. And the only reason he makes money because he licensed his name to social media.
Right now is in a position to call Trump a terrible businessman.
Yes, you can. He started. He started on fourth base.
He lives on a $50 million estate in Florida. What are you talking about?
If you inherited 400, how would you feel?
$4 billion.
$400 million.
How many hundreds of millions did he inherit?
He inherited I think it was like $14 million.
Lies.
But why would somebody worth $4 billion need to run for president? Why would somebody worth $4 billion need to run for president?
To be the most powerful person in the world. Duh.
For what?
George Bush was rich. He still ran for president.
Let's get back.
Ross Perot was rich. He still ran for president.
So here's
There's
another.
plenty of rich people that ran for president.
Ross Perot
didn't have to run for president,
and they were all Republicans, mind you. So they were doing it for a reason. It wasn't for their own personal gain. Obviously,
they can all presidents get richer being president.
Actually, Donald Trump didn't get richer.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He actually lost money, and he didn't even take the pay.
Right, he didn't even take the pay. I was about to say that.
False and false. That's been debunked, proven false.
Get the fuck out of here! What is this guy smoking?
He didn't. So he did not own Truth Social before he became president. The majority, almost half of his net worth, is based upon his stock in Truth Social. So
what does that have to do with his policy?
So no, we just talking about. You say he was richer before he became president. I said that's false.
What does that have to do with his policy?
I'm just responding to the false claim.
I said he lost money while he was president.
No, you said he was richer before he became president.
Well,
if rich regardless,
money that makes you richer, but it doesn't matter. Right. I want to get back to the point.
His kids, Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump did deals with Saudi Arabia. Now they're rich. His sons did business in foreign governments. Now they're rich. They've enriched themselves while he's been president, which is fine. That's what you should do. While you in power, you better get some money. I ain't tripping, but don't act like the nigga was a great businessman. He started on first base, went back 3 steps, and now he's sliding back into home. You're like, oh my God, he's great.
Bottom line is he's rich.
He crashed all of his businesses. The only way he makes money is marketing.
I have nothing to say about a man that's worth $4 billion.
Right, he's rich.
I mean, I know that's your white zaddy, but the facts are their facts. He bankrupted all of his businesses. How are you a good businessman when what business is left that he started?
White zaddy, come on, bro.
Suppress for a little bit.
Shame, insults, guilt, the need to be right.
And this is what
I always say.
One business that Trump has left that he started.
Okay, let's get back to the point.
None.
Let's get back to the point.
Trump steak, Trump vodka.
Here's another.
He made some tennis shoes for you niggas. Bro, I guess that might be going on. He made some Bibles for you niggas.
I'm trying to get that.
Trump University failed.
And here's the contradiction that
you're making. His casinos failed.
Here's the contradiction.
His real estate deals failed.
Here's the contradiction that
they all failed.
All right, guys. I didn't mean to mute both of you guys, but I'm trying to get back to the point. We're off point. The point is, was the debate fair? We're off point.
We're
arguing with nothing.
I gotta love Daddy Trump. He made all his money from his daddy.
It wasn't fair because Kamala Harris's frat fraternity sister was on the debate also. Which she has to talk about.
Up at 1 o'clock.
Another loaded question. Here we go.
United States, you'll get him out of bed. You'll wake him up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You'll say, come on down to the office. Let's sign a bill. If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to do is say it to the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal. If they do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President,
people are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks,
3 questions in a row. 3 questions in a row where he's accusing him and not focusing on the policies that matter. 3 questions in a row.
What was the accusation?
Let's go back. I don't even think it matters. But
what was the accusation? No, you just said it was the accusation.
Okay.
What was that? I didn't hear no accusation. He just asked him a question.
You do that, the border is closed.
Mr.
Those
President.
people.
Okay. Cosby, let me say this to you real quick. I'm not looking for an argument. I just want to put things in context just in case you're confused. The point I'm trying to make is that almost every single question in this debate was not centered around anything except accusing Donald Trump of something. Typically, when you have a presidential debate, there's a topic about important issues to the American people instead of an attack on one person. Then every time he answered the question, there were follow-up questions and fact checks. When Kamala Harris failed to answer questions, there were no follow-up questions. When she said things that weren't true, there were no fact checks.
They have follow-up questions for her, but she answered her questions. But she also answered her questions thoroughly. When Trump
she didn't.
Yes, she did. She absolutely did. Just because you don't agree with the answer doesn't mean she didn't answer it thoroughly.
Bro, she started off the first question of this goddamn debate not answering the question.
I gave you whoever disputed the first question.
So
I could go through this whole video right now and show.
Let's do it. I didn't dispute the first question.
So 2 things, right? Before y'all go on, right? 2 things, right?
Man,
here's the thing why I say you got to listen to it without your feelings in it, too, right? 2 things, right? He answered that question when people asked him that about the economy. So, for instance, immigration does play a heavy role in our economy, right? So he answered that question multiple times about the economy.
Someone asked you about immigration and economy are 2 separate policies.
Let the man finish.
Hold on.
They're two. No, you just said.
Hold on, but
it's important, but they're 2 separate questions.
Immigration plays a heavy part in our economy because it weighs down on the taxes that we're levying for these immigrants to be here. That's number 1. Number 2 is when every time he answers these questions, right? If you look at Kamala, right, you can look at her expressions when he says something true. She looks down and gets this little smirk, or she giggles about something. But he said it's literally true because what he's saying is why I say this is a 2 against 1, and why he's answering the question succinctly. If you take feelings out of the question, out of the debate, is why if he answers that question, she gets a little smirk, she giggles, she looks down. That tells you he's answered the question very succinctly.
Okay, can you play the video?
All right, let's get back to the video.
People are killing many people, unlike J6.
We talked immigration here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because
I want to focus on this next issue. This is the next issue. Once again,
it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that.
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I said that sarcastically. You know that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically. Look, there's so much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting president has ever gotten. I was told if I got 63, which was what I got in 2016, you can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need 2 things. We need walls. And we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost.
Look at this shit. Bruh. This is a 3v1, bro.
he framed the question by saying you falsely claimed this. He framed the fucking question.
And he says, I didn't detect the. Who the fuck deemed you the sarcasm?
Exactly.
Mind reader.
Because he didn't. I watched the interview. He didn't say it sarcastically.
Bruh, what the fuck are you listening? What were you looking at?
Did you watch the interview where Trump said we lost by a whisker?
Did you watch this interview that he's
I watched them both. I'm asking you, did you watch the interview where he said he lost by a whisker?
Yes, I watched the interview.
You detected sarcasm when he said it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. More power to you.
Here's the problem that you're missing.
I didn't detect sarcasm.
Here's the saying, we lost by a whisker. It's a metaphoric saying, right?
Yeah, we lost. Still, you lost.
Why would you take that literally?
He didn't say we got cheated by a whisker. He said we lost by a whisker.
It's a metaphor, bruh. I don't think you understand.
A metaphor for losing.
All right, look. I just want to give you guys examples. Let's go to the very next question. Go to the very next question.
A metaphor for losing.
Here's the very next question.
And did y'all agree with his answer that he gave?
I can't believe I even argued that.
One by President Biden
when did I say it?
And yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from...
listen to the question. This is the next question.
You did, Mo.
Here we go.
President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials.
Another question where he's an accusatory question.
Right.
Like, this debate is...
But he said it.
Bro, here's the thing.
Hold on, Norman. Did he say it out of his mouth?
What does that have to do with policies?
Let me play the whole thing. Let's play the whole thing.
He says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Here's my point, fellas, real quick. Here's my point. The whole point I'm trying to make is every question is essentially, Donald Trump, why are you a piece of shit? Then when it's directed at Kamala Harris, please explain to us how Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Like this whole debate, this is not a debate.
So what you're failing to realize, Trump has been president. So we can judge him off of the things that he's done as president.
What the fuck is this nigga smoking
right now?
Right.
Shit is up 51%.
What power? Christ. So are you comparing any? So hold on. Are we comparing?
Crazy thing is,
hold on. No.
I'm gonna speak. The crazy thing is, there was not one freaking question about lying to the American people about Joe Biden's health. That didn't come up once. Not once. But you got all this smoke for Trump. Every question is smoke for Trump, smoke for Trump, smoke for Trump. No smoke for Kamala.
So we're going by quotes. Did
Kamala say the president was wrong? Did Kamala lie about the president?
Did Donald Trump say what they say he just said?
What does that have to do with any of the policies they're supposed to be debating on?
He said that's going to be a priority of his administration to punish his political opponents. That's a policy.
Like what they're doing to him.
So he's getting prosecuted for the crimes he committed.
He didn't commit any crimes, bro. They made the shit up out of thin air.
That's not what the court said.
Hold
on. Kofi, this got to go back to you. I thought we got laws in this country. You don't believe in the rule of law?
No, they made
now the courts are a sham when it comes to Donald Trump.
If you let me speak, they're overturning all the convictions that they called Trump up on. They're overturning them right now. So
no, they're not. They haven't overturned none of them 34 felonies.
If you go look them up on Google, so this is 6 times.
I know about every Trump case. I know about the Florida case. They threw that out the classified documents.
6 times I'm telling you, go look on Google. They're overturning.
But if we're talking about subverting the election, we're talking about voter suppression. We're talking about the felonies he's convicted. He's a I know it feels like weird, but you're voting for a convicted felon, and you believe in the rule of law. Yeah, that's the side you are right now.
Yeah, well, the rule of law, listen, letting this convicted felon
Yeah,
vote for president.
he's
Right now, it's
he's been
legal.
found
It's
liable
perfectly
of
legal.
sexual assault.
What does that got to
You're
do with
voting. You're voting for a
what does that
convicted.
have to do with the policies that this man is making?
So you keep saying his policy choices are based upon how he acts. He's
How?
bought and paid for, and
How?
he's
By
also a
who?
moron.
By who?
So he's probably not even. He's not
By
even really doing
who?
the policy.
By who? How? And by who? That's my.
What do you mean?
How? By
Saudi
who?
Arabia, Russia.
I hope that's for the record.
You know, he get on there and
hold on,
loves
you
on.
just said
He
Trump
get on
is
there and
bought off
loves
by
on
Russia?
dictators.
Hold
You know
on.
who
You said Trump is bought off by Russia?
I hope that's
Victor
for the record.
Orban is?
Well, do you realize that was already investigated and was found out to be a complete lie?
That's why
I said he loved Putin. Is that a lie?
You just said he was bought off by Russia and Saudi Arabia.
Yep.
Yeah, he's been bought off. His kids just received over $1 billion contract from Saudi Arabia. Is that a coincidence?
Oh my God.
Is that a coincidence?
So are we going to bring up Biden and his kids?
Right.
That was investigated and proven to be false.
That's
So
actually
do we believe in the rule of law?
It's actually not false.
So do we believe in the rule of law?
I hope so.
So was that investigated?
It's kind of
was it investigated? Was it investigated by Congress?
If it was, Biden been in jail.
No, it was investigated and proven to be false. So either you believe in the rule of which way you want it.
Where's
the rule of law don't work if it's for Biden, but
where's the
laptop?
laptop?
For Biden, it don't work. If it's for Trump, it's sham. But if it's for Biden, they not working hard. Which one is it?
Where's the laptop?
That was investigated.
Where's the laptop?
All these things were investigated. You know, right?
What do you laptop? What's the case number or whatever?
The laptop was investigated and he was proven to be guilty. He's a convicted. Hunter Biden is a convicted felon at this point.
He definitely is a convicted, but he got convicted for the gun case, not the laptop.
And the coke.
On the laptop. All that shit was on the laptop.
On the laptop.
Nah, they found the gun somewhere else, I think.
But the laptop.
Have you seen it's all on the laptop.
What are we arguing here? Like
the video's all on the laptop.
Bruh.
Well, guess what? He convicted.
He's smoking crack, toting guns.
But guess who's president? But guess who's president?
He ain't running for president.
I don't think he's putting two and two together here, man. I really don't.
So I believe in the rule of law. He's a convicted felon, just like Donald Trump.
Guess who's president?
Joe Biden is the president.
Thank you. Oh, this man's very smart. Here we go. Put two and two together now. Here, come on.
Bro, what the fuck are you talking about?
Jesus. Even if he gets convicted as a felon, just follow me here.
He's already it's not no even if he's a 32-time felon.
Guess who can give him a presidential pardon?
He's a 32-time felon.
Guess who can give him a presidential pardon? Genius.
Not from these state crimes he about to get convicted of. Can't pardon a state crime.
What are you? I don't think this, bro. That's what I said. You don't understand the government.
You about to see who's gonna go down in the state.
You don't understand the government.
No state. You better hope if he don't win, bro, he's going to jail.
I'm really glad this is recorded,
bro. You better hope he wins, because ain't no pardoning from those state election crimes. You can't pardon nobody from that.
I don't think you understand the type of government that we're in. I'll just leave it there.
All right, fellas. So this is what we're gonna do. This is the last clip I want to play. This is Trump's final statements, and in my opinion, I believe that this statement alone is why he won the debate.
It's going there.
Hold on, damn.
It's crazy how much we had to fast forward.
Actually deal with this issue. The young
from people all of this shit he was getting
killed.
It's
going. They're all
auto workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China. They're building these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have given to China is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto Workers and any auto worker, whether it's in Detroit or South Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate.
That actually wasn't the last statement, but anyway, what do you think? What do you guys think of that? Go ahead.
Look at her face. She knows everything that man just said was very fucking true. That's why she didn't even debate. She didn't look that. She looked down. She looked sideways. She didn't try to interject.
No, they didn't fact check it.
Hold on. And even some of the things he was saying looks surprising to this person because she didn't know that was true. She didn't even know that was fucking going on. Look at her face when he was saying this shit. She was like, "Oh, I didn't know that was going." You could tell the face of somebody who's like, "Oh, I didn't know that." You know what I mean? And she had that face on. Like, come on, she's a fucking blithering idiot. And you people want to vote for this goddamn jackass?
So let's just fact check. There's no public evidence that Joe Biden received money from any foreign entities while in office or as a private citizen. While investigations by House Republicans have found that Biden
You're
family
literally reading
members,
the article off on Google.
Joe Biden,
right?
Yes, while that may be true, the same could be said for Trump.
Thank you.
There's no public evidence that Joe Biden took any money. While House Republican investigators included the only one involved in business deals was Hunter Biden, which has been widely known. And the investigation found that Joe Biden had no influence or information involved in that. And this was investigation by House Republicans.
And I want to say
they found no evidence. Remember, they did that, all of that. Joe Biden's a criminal. Joe Biden's a criminal. Joe Biden's a criminal.
He is.
If they had any shred of evidence,
they do.
It would have been presented.
They did.
There has been zero evidence presented. So you can call that claim false due to lack of evidence.
Stop reading Google. But here's the thing. So I'm going to say
that is the actual investigation from House Republicans who investigated it for over 13 months and received zero evidence.
So like I said, I want to say I'm not voting for Kamala just because she's not because she's just a woman or that she's black. I'm just voting because of her pure policy. She doesn't have any policies for the progressive lives of Americans. That's it. I don't care if she's black, woman, gray, black. I don't care.
I would challenge. Do you know any Kamala policies?
She has none. Why do you think I'm asking you? Why do you think I asked you? Why the fuck are you voting for her? What are you?
No, you just said I'm voting because I don't like her.
Why are you voting for her?
Because you said I don't like her policies.
Why are you?
You don't know.
Why are you voting for her?
Policies?
The floor is yours. Why are you voting for her?
Because I feel like she's better for America than the Republicans or Donald Trump. I actually like some of her economic policies.
What are they? God damn it! What policies are you voting for her for? Why are you voting for her?
Let me read you some of her economic policies.
No.
Read it. I'm not trying. If you don't know any off the top, what are we doing here? You just read it.
So I want to get it accurate.
I mean, I can tell you what her policies are without reading anything.
Well, that's great for you.
I
can't.
No,
I would say one of the because this part is very important to me, right? Because pretty soon,
why don't you know it if it's so important?
Pretty soon I'm going to be in a market for a house. So this is one of the things that was important to me about addressing the housing shortage. So that was very important to me. I don't really care about her immigration policy like that. I think I'm pro-choice, so I care about that. She has a great climate policy.
Hold on. What about the housing? Explain to me how do you think that that's going to stop the housing shortage by giving people $25,000 tax credit? That's going to drive supply and demand more into the ground because there's not going to be enough supply for the demand. If everybody gets a $25,000 tax credit, that's going to make houses even more scarce than they are, which means the prices are going to go higher.
Common sense.
There's also another component of stopping private equity from buying houses, because that's who fucked up the housing market in the first place, like BlackRock and fucking Fidelity and those, because they were buying up whole neighborhoods at wholesale.
BlackRock literally is at the top of her campaign. They fund her. BlackRock funds her. So if you think she's going to stop BlackRock, you're smoking crack.
She was literally in a picture with the CEO of BlackRock shaking hands. I'm just saying.
BlackRock.
Go ahead. Continue.
So
let's proceed.
So do you agree with her building 3 million more affordable homes?
What is this guy smoking, man?
She's going to build 3 million affordable homes where?
With places where ain't fucking homes.
With whose money? With whose money?
The government's money.
So the government is going to build 3 million. Who's going to get to live in these homes?
More
I don't fucking know.
More socialism. See, that's a problem. You don't even know the fucking policies. What the fuck are we arguing here?
Who's going to live in the homes? I don't know who's going to live in the homes.
Because Kamala is just saying shit at this point. She's just saying shit.
We're fucked. We are fucked.
And she wants to. I'll tell you one of the dumbest policies she has. She wants to basically charge anybody that makes over like $200 million a year. She wants to charge them a capital gains tax on what the government says their business is worth, even though they haven't sold anything, right? So let's say I own if I'm worth over $400 million and I have some property that's worth $40 million, right? And even though I haven't sold it, they want to tax me 44% of that $40 million just because I make over $200 million a year. This shit is insane, bro.
That's insane for wealthy people to pay what regular people pay in taxes.
Nobody's paying 44% in taxes, dog. Nobody's
paying. What the fuck they are? You know what's the income tax rate is?
Bro, it's not 44%.
You got a regular job.
It's not 44%.
What is it?
First of all, I don't want to get into what I pay, but for the average person, it's around 20-25%, depending on what
higher than 25%. If you're a single American, it's not no damn 25%.
It's average like 33 to 35% for tax.
You talking about some 20%?
It's high. However you want to look at it, it's high. We're going
taxes is fucking high in America.
Yeah, thanks to your president taking more taxes from regular people. The fuck.
So I tell Trip this all the time. Like, when in the time you say America was great, all of the time you name that you think America is great, the tax rate was a lot higher.
I got an answer for that. So here's the thing, right? When you look at the movies in the 80s, right? This just indulge me. When you look at the movies in the 80s, right? You see a lot of Chinese, Japanese factories in America, for instance, Detroit, etc. But you had a lot of American workers, right? That was a prosperous time for us. It was a prosperous fucking time. The 80s, the 70s, and 80s, that was a prosperous time because we had a lot of those factories coming here. But now they left. And you're asking me, when was America great again? Like, seriously? Have you looked at Detroit?
What the fuck does that have to do with the tax rate of that time?
I think for the most part, give or take, America's pretty much always been great. I think here recently hasn't been so great. I think probably with the start of the Obama administration.
Yeah.
The economy says otherwise.
But I mean, America's always been a great place. I had a great childhood growing up. I mean, I've had a great adulthood.
I mean, relatively speaking,
under the Obama administration, we had the best economy in the 2010s. What are you talking about?
What?
I'm talking about culture-wise.
Oh, not now. All of a sudden, you want to switch the culture. Okay.
No, I'm just saying. I believe the Obama administration was the beginning of the end. But anyway, okay.
So is policy or culture?
I mean, I don't like a lot of Obama's policies, actually.
But you just said it was culturally.
You know, Obama. First of all, Obama's the one that bailed out the banks off the break.
Now look who's harping on culture now.
No, I'm confused, but that saved us from the economic collapse. We had some banks were too big to fail. That was a real thing.
I swear to God, you contradict yourself so much, but you just don't.
You
do.
So two things, right? You like to paint me into a corner that I'm not in. Have I ever said I wasn't a capitalist? Have I ever said I don't believe in capitalism? Have I ever said that?
You call that socialist capitalism,
right?
So no, I said you guys believe in corporate welfare, but you don't believe in welfare for the average person, right? You believe that corporations can be subsidized.
I mean, welfare for the average person is already
SpaceX. Y'all love Elon Musk. Tesla would have gone out of business without government subsidies.
You're conflating the ideas, but
that's true. So do you believe the government should have let Elon Musk's business fail?
Here's a problem with that you're I guess like
this is an easy question because Tesla and SpaceX survived with government subsidies.
Okay,
do you believe that the government should have let Elon Musk fail and let Tesla fail?
Here's like I said, you're conflating two ideas. Subsidy.
Here's the answer to the question. Do you believe in corporate welfare or not? Do you believe they should have let Tesla fail?
So this is not welfare. So
right.
Tesla received a $465 million preferential loan from the U.S. Department of Energy in 2010. It paid it off in 2013.
He was saying that all over the media too.
That's not a loan. I mean, that's not a subsidy. That's a loan.
And here's the thing: that
a loan is he borrowed money from the government to
welfare
subsidize his
recipients are not
business.
borrowing money. Welfare recipients are not borrowing money; they're taking money.
And here's the problem that you're understanding: that loan provided jobs for almost hundreds of thousands of people,
and it produced more taxpayers.
It did not provide jobs for hundreds of thousands of people. Tesla does not employ hundreds of thousands of people. They only had one factory at the time, first of all. Second of all, most of the factory is mechanized. It ain't nowhere near it ain't fucking GM. Third of all,
Tesla currently has 140,473 employees.
They didn't have that many employees when he received that loan.
Okay, but he received the loan, he utilized the loan, he grew his company, made more factories, and produced more taxpayers because of it. What are you talking about?
Timely, preach. Let this man cook.
Listen, sometimes just admit, like, okay, yeah, you might be right. Like, you don't have to box everything, bro.
Right, man. God damn, man. Shit.
God damn. All right, let's play this last clip and then we'll do final thoughts and we're out of here, bro. It's fucking 1:35 in the morning.
They're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico. Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor?
I'm sorry. It's an historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
China paid.
Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get this fucking.
Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 men.
JK.
Why did he get $3?
Oh, so you didn't tell the whole story. I looked up what they also receive in subsidies. They got loans, bailouts, and subsidies, actually.
They paid it all back. However you want to
ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including.
He got a straight federal loan, and he built the business from the loan. Nah, nigga.
But he paid it back.
I was like, hold on, that didn't sound right.
Fine, but he paid it back. It doesn't matter. It's off the books. It's paid. It's paid.
Also, do we really know every president expense?
What?
Like that's what?
You're right. You said every president's expense?
You should.
Of course not. No, we don't.
You should.
I mean, you
should is the statement, but do we?
I know a lot of stuff, but I don't
at the
know.
end of the year or every 4 years.
The thing is, you can find out. You can FOIA that information you're talking about. You can FOIA that information if you really wanted to know. You can.
Yes, but how many of the billions, millions of Americans do we have that's going to do that?
Not many, because most people,
or know how to do that.
I mean, that's ignorance. Ignorance is not an excuse for not knowing the law.
Right.
I know, right? Just like y'all was trying to
never
fake like
claimed
Tesla ain't getting no
ignorance.
subsidies.
But
and they
I
got several
understand now why
several
ignorance
$1 million
is
in
just
subsidies.
like, I wish I didn't know as much as I know. Oh my goodness, I'd rather be
But,
stupid.
but here's the thing: where you keep saying subsidies, but even those subsidies provided a business to provide jobs for people to make them taxpayers. However you want to look at it, even though he got subsidies, he still paid those subsidies right back to the government.
You don't pay subsidies back.
But he gave everything.
He repaid the loan. You don't pay subsidies back.
Everything he gave, he got from the government.
He got grants and subsidies.
Back.
You don't pay those back because they are given to you. He paid back his loan.
Well, look at it this way: if you want to play semantics, he paid him back in taxpayers.
No, that's not semantics. That's what
he paid him back in taxpayers.
I realize, Kofi, every time something is a fact that you don't like, you say it's semantics.
You're the one playing semantics. I'm giving you the facts of the matter. You're the one playing semantics.
A subsidy, and a grant are 3 different things.
All right,
I've gotten all of them.
Okay.
I've got a subsidy because I done got food stamps before. I got a loan because I done got a business loan, and I got a grant, and I got grants to go to school.
The thing is,
three different things.
When the government invests in a business, they get taxpayers out of it. When the government gives people free money to make them lazy, they don't get anything out of it. It's just a permanent bill.
So no, if you give people money to why do you think facts over fiction? The Cash for Clunkers was a subsidy or program for American people that stimulated the economy. Giving student debt relief stimulated the economy. If they actually relieved all student debt, it would stimulate the economy because people are gonna go out and buy shit because they're not in debt in their credit card, and their credit will go up.
Discuss that with Biden.
That's why they're blocking it, because they didn't want the economy to go up under this particular administration.
Discuss that with Biden. But what I'm saying to you,
I'm not. No, we're talking about we're talking about very specific. No, we're talking about policy. I wasn't finished.
No, we're talking about the subsidies that you can bring about, which include the policies that you keep trying to refute. Hold on.
This is ridiculous, bro. If okay, fine, relieve my mortgage, relieve everybody's mortgage. That'll stimulate the economy. Like, what are we talking about? You sign up for a goddamn loan, pay it back.
And the amount of subsidies he got, are repaid by the amount of taxpayers.
They did give mortgage relief to people who signed predatory adjustable mortgages. They gave them mortgage relief, just like people who signed predatory college loans and where their degree is not worth nowhere near what they signed up for. So people have gotten mortgage relief when they've been cheated, or the value of the house has been artificially inflated. They've gotten mortgage relief. The government has provided mortgage relief.
Okay.
I don't think you understand that part.
That's not the point I was making, but okay. I mean, yeah, there's an anomaly to every rule, but by saying that you're gonna eliminate 10 million people's fucking student loans is different from little things here and there that people were cheated. You knowingly sign a student loan to go to Penn State. They can pay that shit.
Right.
It's not on us to pay that shit for you. You signed up for it.
And that's different from giving people an adjustable rate mortgage.
So you care about Trip, if you claim to care about the economy, and all credible economists would say if you relieve student debt, the economy would be better for you and your business. You would say no because you're salty about people getting their loans paid.
I'm not salty about anything. I'm just saying if you're gonna start relieving people's loans, then that opens the door for people to say, "Well, relieve my car loan
or relieve my mortgage."
But federal student debt, the money was borrowed from the government for the purpose of sending people to school to boost the economy. And if the economists figure the numbers that if we relieve the debt, is more important than trying to recoup the loan is better for the economy. It's the government's duty to relieve the debt.
You're
Okay.
Mr. Digital, can I ask you how old you are, Mr. Digital?
I'm 38. Well, 39
Okay.
now.
We're
But
the same age.
You
So
do know that the government secures mortgages too. They're called FHA loans.
And they give away most of those though. They
don't-
like the
they
government
don't-
gives
You're
the
contradicting
government
yourself,
gives away far more money in terms of housing than they are securing in loans.
You're contradicting
So
yourself.
The government is not giving you money in an FHA loan. That's
no,
not.
I'm saying the government is still in terms of subsidizing housing, they give away way more money than they do in securing loans. So what I'm saying
FHA
is
loans do not give you any
federal student loans was a policy to get more people in college, get more college graduates to enter the workforce to boost the economy.
Right, but
if they realize a federal program is actually starting to hurt the economy, why wouldn't you reverse that federal program and make it right?
Contradicting yourself. It's a loan. You pay it back.
The federal government is not even funding those loans. The federal government is securing the loans through the federal government, but it's still using banks to give you those loans.
Here's the word loan.
It's
loan.
It's the same thing with the PPP loans.
It's the key word. It's the fucking
Bank of
loan.
America is still got to cut you a check for a PPP loan. It's just that the government is securing it. So if you don't pay it, the government.
So if the government does not secure it, will the bank loan it to you?
No, but you still owe that bank.
So if you don't pay the bank, will the government pay the bank?
What? That doesn't make sense.
Yes, the government will pay the bank if you don't pay them.
So
the government, the bank is just used as a measure of distributing the government money, just like the PPP loan. The banks are just a mechanism to dispute the money, but the money is still coming from the government as in a government program.
If you don't pay the loan, then you owe the Department of Treasury.
The government.
The government.
Oh, that definitely costs the government. The government's got to go around pay everybody's loan. That costs the government money. That's why they fuck your credit up and make you pay back the Department of Treasury.
And guess what they figured out? That doesn't work. People just won't pay the loan. So they figure, hey, it's better to forgive the loan, which was our debt in the first place. So these people will enter back into the economy, buy houses, buy cars, have more children because they're not in debt.
We're in a circular
argument. And the economy will get more money than trying to hold on to these debts that people will not pay.
I gotta roll. I gotta go to sleep too.
Yeah, I think that you should take away from this entire conversation that once your debt is sold to another company, it's not your problem.
Okay. Unless it's a FAFSA loan, because you definitely owe the Department of Treasury.
Yes.
Yeah, nah. That's why I paid them in full. I'm done with that.
I hear that.
God bless you. You're the first person I ever heard to say this shit.
I'm gonna
pay. No, first of all,
a lot of people have paid off their loan, but guess what? It may.
No. Wait. I need to clarify myself because I didn't pay it in whole. I had a lot of emails back and forth.
No, I'm just saying the fact that you paid it off is God bless you. You're the first one ever has to say pay off this student loans.
No, I'm still in school, so you're not hearing me.
Okay.
It's all good.
That's what's up.
Things work out in ways that we don't understand, and then it's like that was supposed to happen. So it's all good. But the fact that listening to you all speak this evening, y'all are very educated. And I've been here once before, and I'm always just as pleased and learning some new things that I hadn't thought about before, some new perspectives. So shout out to you all. Shout out to you, Trip Simpson, for doing what you do and, bringing out, conversations that people are not comfortable with, and that's okay. Thank you for inviting me, at least to this portion of this evening.
For sure.
I have enjoyed the discussion, and I've been in and out of the chat or video for here and there, whatever. At the end of the day, it's 1:47. It's 2:00 in the morning almost.
I gotta
what? Anyways, I appreciate it. You the homeboy. You know, I got love for you all day.
For sure. Thanks for stopping through.
Of course. Always let me know what's going on. And if I don't know, then I'm just not going to join. And that's it.
All right, that's a bet.
Because, like, I'm not going to speak on something I'm not fully aware of. But sometimes I might join just to get some clarity about what other people think. And I think that what you're doing provides a platform for people to have these conversations. Although uncomfortable at the beginning, I think just being able to, like I said, just share each other's perspectives.
For sure. All right, but thank you. Thanks for coming through.
All right, bye. Good night.
All right, so look, I know you got to go, Mezzy. I just want to play this last 1 minute clip. I'll take your words, and then we're good to go.
Cool.
All right.
Now, in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down to that beautiful White House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in. You believe in things like we're not going to frack. We're not going to take fossil fuel. We're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that. And within 1 year, they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it. We can't sacrifice our country for the sake of bad vision. But I just ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughed. I know the leaders very well. They're coming to see me. They call me. We're laughed at all over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt our entire military. She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
President Trump.
All right, Kofi. I'll have your last words on that statement, and then we'll go to Cosby Digital.
All I can say is I agree with everything you just said. Like, why haven't you done it? You have 3.5 years to do all this shit. All the shit you're promising just to me just seemed like bullshit. So you're lying. Like, you're fucking lying to all of our faces, and you're expecting us to just go along with this shit. But Trump 2024.
All right, that's what's up. Cosby, what do you got?
I just think he's trying to convince all the useful idiots that he actually knows what he's doing. And his first presidency proves he doesn't know what he's doing. He backed out of major treaties, major alliances. He passed very little legislation. And he's a failure. He wants to get back in office so bad because in America we consider one-term presidents as failures. He got fired by the American people. He had the job. He could have kept the job. He did a bad job and he got fired. So all this talk about why couldn't she have done it? She's the vice president. The vice president is a ceremonial position. They don't make policy. When she had the tie-breaking vote in the Senate, she did her job on the tie-breaking votes. Other than that, they don't make policy. He had a chance to make policy. He had a chance to build a wall. He didn't build it. He had a chance to bring up the jobs numbers. He didn't do it. He had a chance to bring back manufacturing. He had a chance to do all these things he said he's going to do, but instead he was getting Kodak Black out of jail.
All right, cool. So I mean, I'm gonna keep it brief. At the end of the day, I don't think you can deny the fact that this was a lopsided debate, and it's clear that the moderators were working on the same side as Vice President Harris. I think that's clear. Anyone who actually paid attention to this debate can see that ABC intentionally let Kamala dodge questions and never once even fucking fact checked her. But they blatantly held Trump's feet to the fire every time they got a chance. So just like Trump said the other day, he don't think there's going to be another debate. I wouldn't debate her either, unless she does it on Newsmax or Fox News or something like that. Now, as far as Trump being a one-term lame duck president, I think that's not true. He did actually start building the wall. As a matter of fact, he got 80 miles of that wall built. But
80 miles
on day one of
80
Joe Biden,
miles in the southern for the whole southern border. Fuck out of here.
But on day one of Biden's presidency, he canceled the construction of the wall. You can look it up. He canceled it. So, I mean, bottom line, at the end of the day, Trump 2024, y'all know what it is, man.
Look at my African American over here.
Trump
Look
2024.
Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. Eat the cat. 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 They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
This shit is sad.
All right, man, we out of here.